Hi, good morning. When I say that I was rushing like no other this morning, I, I was I was a maniac. Um so I'm glad you guys are here. I'm barely here. Seen here. We got a few things going on. Court has not started. I need to fix my volume before court starts, but let me go ahead and put this on the stream before I forget. How is everyone? How was everyone's Veterans Day? I hope it went well. Super thankful for my veterans. Lacey, focus. Okay. All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Okay, we are here. We are calm. Everything is great. It's 9:01. In case you are not aware, my name is Lacey Jane, and you are on my YouTube channel. I have it on on X today because I am going to do at least another half day on X before moving entirely to YouTube. And I uh, I have had a lot of things happen in the last 24 hours regarding this case. I have had more people reach out to me um, with information, some anonymous, some not. This is wild, the information that I'm getting. That was very much needed. Um, the information that I'm getting is once again, like I have to sit back and be like, oh my gosh, what are we doing here? But if I deem it appropriate, I will share. I just I want to have two sources for every piece of information, pardon me, that I get, and they need to, corroborate one another, and they need to um, be independent of each other. So that is kind of what I'm waiting for right now. And it's I'm once again, every day I jump on here, I'm even more happy that I decided to do this because of what I'm hearing. Um but to basically, before I forget, if you could please make sure for algorithm purposes to like this stream, to share it on whatever platform you deem appropriate, could be Facebook, Insta, X. That would be so incredibly helpful, especially if you shared my YouTube link. With that being said, hi, Patriotic. It's good to see you. Good morning. So with that being said, uh, liking it, sharing it. If you haven't subscribed on YouTube, that's also incredibly helpful. I have my like Venmo and Cash App information in the ticker if you would like to donate, as I am doing this for the next 2 weeks, which I'm so happy that I'm able to do this, but it's a lot of resources. So every amount helps. I don't care if you call me a grifter, it is what it is. I don't see anyone else doing this. Well, one other person, and I don't know who they are. So with that being said, uh, to put this in perspective, guys, I have no idea what the legal strategy is here for the state. They have put up a witness that was there, getting gas. They put up a Kroger employee. They put up a, London Township police officer, so a colleague of Connor's. They have put up a former Minerva Park Police Department officer who is, someone he was, like, the first support agency to, um, show up, and he called, I believe he's the one. No, 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 no. I digress. The next person was a Westerville Fire Department, firefighter, EMS, and he basically transported the patient. The next person was Westerville police officer Shevely, Shevely. Basically, his role was as a support agency for Blendon because Blendon is so small. He showed up. He was able to locate the casing of the bullet in the parking lot. He was, uh, his role that day was pretty much officer support. So making sure that Officer Grubb was okay and seeing if he needed anything, calling an ambulance, just making sure to provide whatever support he could directly to the officer who had just been involved in an extremely life-changing experience. And that's where we're at, and I I feel comfortable sharing this information. Um, I know 2 more witnesses. One is going to be it was a witness who also happened to be a emergency room doctor that ran up when this happened, and I believe this person was assisting with life-saving measures like CPR, applying the chest seal, and then they have a expert witness or 2 that is basically coming in from out of state to say that this officer should not have shot through the window of the car, should not have been in front of the car. So, that's where we're at. None of these witnesses have provided information that definitively goes against the standard operating procedure regarding use of force at Blendon Township Police Department. None of these witnesses have been, devastating for the defense. It's kind of wild. I I know that these are special prosecutors that have been brought up from Cincinnati, but at the same time, I almost wonder if it's a matter of, like, they know that this is such a weak case, that they're just doing their best with what they have, which really has never been much. but I have it on very good authority that both the police department and I'll just say those involved in this case are baffled by what's been what what kind of strategy this is. It's just there. But there we are.
You ready? Yes. Next matter, 24 CR 4561, State of Ohio versus Connor Grubb. Counsel, do we need to put anything on the record prior to bringing in the jury? No, thank you. All right, let's go with the jury.
Another hot mic. My goodness. At one point, I need to go get my Yorkie.
All rise.
Can I have a seat? Hope everyone had a good Veterans Day yesterday. Nice break. Is there any further witnesses on behalf of the state of Ohio?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. We would call Nick Atkins.
I believe this is the witness. Pardon me.
There's a little maze around here.
Oh, let me work on my volume.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, affirm under penalty of perjury, your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone.
Nope, Westerville.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, can you tell us your full name, please?
Nicholas Paul Adkins,
How do you spell your last name?
Adkins,
And sir, where are you currently employed?
Westerville Fire Department.
At the fire department? How long have you been employed with Westerville Fire Department?
At this point, 2.5 years.
And what's your position there, sir?
Firefighter, paramedic.
He helped me during my car accident.
Westerville Fire Department. Do you have any previous experience as a paramedic?
Yeah, I was full-time Hamilton Township for 15 years.
Does Westerville Fire Department, sir, cover calls that would occur in Blendon Township?
Yes,
As a result of that, do you have occasion to come into contact with Blendon Township police officers?
yes,
I'm assuming as well as Westerville police officers. Having said that, do you know an officer by the name of Connor Grubb?
no,
Do you know an officer by the name of Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
no,
And from what you've told us you've been with the Westerville Fire Department 2.5 years. I take it then you would have started with Westerville Fire Department just shortly before this incident occurred, which is August of 2023.
Yes, I was hired 2 months prior to this incident.
2 months prior. I want to direct your attention, sir, if I may, back to the date of Thursday, August 24th of 2023. First off, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, were you actually on duty that day?
Yes,
And when you say you're on duty, do you work particular shifts or hours when you're on duty?
yeah, 24 hours on, 48 hours off.
And do you have particular assignments?
We rotate, but we were either on the engine or the medic at the station that I was at.
Okay. And on this particular day, the 24th of August, 2023, when you were on duty, what was your assignment that day?
I was the lead medic on Medic 112.
Medic 112. While you were on duty that day, sir, can you tell us, did you have occasion to be dispatched or asked to go out to a Kroger location out on Sunbury
I feel like they're
Road?
always at Kroger's.
How did that come about?
We were on a run previously, and when we weren't back in service, our battalion chief that was on another run suggested that we head the direction of this current run.
Was that at that Kroger?
Yes,
Did you, and let me ask you, you're on a medic, is that right? And is that an ambulance essentially?
yes,
Are you with anyone else on that medic?
yes.
And who is that?
Todd Grooms?
Todd Grooms.
Yes,
You head in direction of the Kroger, if I understand what you're telling
Yes.
us. Do you actually make it to the Kroger?
no, while en route to Kroger, we were dispatched by our dispatchers to go to a different location.
And what location were you asked to go to instead
Oh,
of Kroger?
Glendon.
Glendon Township Police Department,
And did they tell you why they were asking you to go there?
for an officer that was involved to meet us there.
So, Mr. Brand, I apologize so much. May we approach? Sure.
So yeah, when the shoot and trying to, yeah, I can't hear. So when the shooting happened, Officer Grubb was taken to his station, which was his only like 4 minutes away. And the ambulance was called to go there to evaluate him. Also today, going to be cleaning makeup brushes. I'll show you how I do it as someone who makeup artist.
May I continue?
Thank you, Judge. I apologize, Mr. Atkins. And you were telling us, and if you can speak up so everybody can hear what you had to say, I believe you were telling us when we left off that you were asked to not go to Kroger's any further, but to kind of reroute, if you will, to the Glendon Township Police Department.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes,
And the reason being that they wanted you to meet with an officer that was somehow involved in the incident.
yes.
Did you then, I guess, turn around the ambulance and go to Glendon Township then?
We had not passed the new dispatch location yet, so we just pulled in there as we were headed that direction.
Okay. When you arrived at Glendon Township Police Department in the medic, where did you go, sir?
In the front parking lot, we just staged,
When you say staged, what do you mean by that?
just sit and wait.
You didn't get out of the medic and go
Wait
into the
for all
police
clear.
department or anything like that. Why is that? Why are you staging as opposed to just going inside or anything of that nature?
It's locked up. There's no one there, usually.
The officer was not there at the time that you all arrived at the medic. What's the next thing that happened then?
Approximately 5 minutes later, the sheriff's car pulled up with the officer in the back, or in the front. I don't know, not sure, but
A sheriff's cruiser pulls up
yeah.
with the officer inside. And do they exit the cruiser?
Yes.
When I say they, I'm assuming there's not only the officer that you're going to be looking at, but also a sheriff's deputy who's driving that cruiser.
Correct.
And where do they go when they exit the cruiser?
They walk over to the ambulance.
So are you and your partner, Mr. Grooms, inside of the ambulance?
Yes.
And when I say that, I'm envisioning an ambulance like we see on TV, okay, that has the back doors that open up and you can kind of step up into it.
Right.
Is that where you and your partner are located?
We were on the outside of the truck, and we just told him that once he was walking, to walk up into the back of the truck.
Did the officer have any problems walking from the sheriff's cruiser to the ambulance?
No.
Did he have any problems stepping up into the back of the ambulance when he requested? Once he was in the back of the medic, did you ask him what had happened?
Yes.
And what statement did he make to you?
He stated that he was struck by a vehicle below the knees, and he went up onto the hood and then fell off onto the ground.
Did you assess him for injuries?
Yes.
And let me ask you, I guess, first off, did you observe any noticeable visible injuries to his person?
Yes.
And what are we talking about? Where at?
He was bleeding from his elbow and from the back of his hand.
Okay. And you motioned, when you said bleeding from his elbow, you motioned, I think you motioned to your left elbow, is that right? Is that the elbow that you observed blood on?
I believe so, yes.
And you also motioned to the back of your left hand?
Yes.
It was his left hand. Did you clean up that blood?
Yes.
And how was that done?
We use solution, just water and bandaging. We wipe it off, clean it down, and then we bandaged it.
Bandage it up? Yeah, I approach you.
May I?
Sir, I'm going to show you a photograph that's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 50. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And for the record, and I'll ask permission to publish in a moment, but this is a photograph of the elbow of the officer you examined. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fair and accurate photograph?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may. Is the elbow on?
Switch over to the computer. Thank you. Officer, we're looking at State's Exhibit 50 up on the screen. Obviously, we're looking at the left elbow area of the officer that you assessed in the back of the medic. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of the Band-Aid or the bandage that you would have applied to his elbow?
Yes.
Okay. As well as, I guess, that injury itself is covered up. We can kind of see some, I don't know if that's dry blood or an abrasion underneath. Is that what you would have observed?
Yes.
Other than what you've talked to us about the elbow and the hand, did the officer complain of any other injuries?
He said he had pain below his knees.
I'm sorry.
Said he had pain below his knees.
Okay. And upon being told that by the officer, did you make any efforts to assess possible injuries on his legs?
Yes, we lifted the pant legs on both legs and examined the knees, below the knees.
And upon examination, did you make note of any notable injuries to his legs?
We just noticed some redness, but it was nothing notable as far as for our.
Sound is so
In
weird.
fact,
You
didn't
guys
notice
hear that
no
noise?
Injuries observed on his legs and feet.
Like what it sounds like.
Was the officer transported to the hospital for further medical treatment?
No,
As a result of your contact with the officer, did you advise him that he could be transported to the hospital for further medical assessment?
due to the mechanism of injury, we suggested that he be transported to the hospital.
When you say that, what do you mean by that?
Just because of the severity of the mechanism, getting struck by a vehicle. Correct.
Despite the fact that you're not seeing broken bones,
Correct.
severe injuries, out of a precaution, you recommended, hey, it might be a good idea to go to the hospital.
Yes.
And did he take you up on that?
No, he declined.
He declined to be transported. When someone declines to be transported or says, look, I don't need any further treatment for whatever reason, do you, as a precaution,
My goodness.
precaution or otherwise, have them sign refusal, so to speak?
Correct.
When I say that, a statement saying,
If you guys can hear that, let me know.
Correct.
And did the officer actually sign a
Because
refusal?
if so,
Yes.
I might try to switch streams.
You have a moment, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely the courthouse. No, I hear it.
Judge, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Adkins. My name is Caitlin Stevens, and I, along with my partner, Mr. Collins, represent Mr. Grubb in this action. If at any time I go too fast or if you don't understand my question, please just let me know and I'll be sure to rephrase. Do you remember what time you got to Glendon Township on August 24th, 2023?
No, I did not.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if I provided you a copy of your report that you had written to Mr. Brandt while on direct examination? May I approach the witness,
You may.
Your Honor?
You may.
Let the record reflect that I am approaching Mr. Adkins with what has previously been marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit E. I'm so sorry, as an elephant. Mr. Adkins, that is the report that you wrote on August 24th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, it's a fair and accurate copy of what you wrote back in August of 24th, 2023, what I'm showing you today, correct?
Yes.
On that report, it states that you were dispatched, or you arrived at Glendon Township, the police department, at 1855, correct?
1840.
1840, and then you observe my client at 1855. Do you see 1855 anywhere there? Okay.
1845.
Okay, I apologize. You said 1845, which means 6:45 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were dispatched because you had to follow up with the police officer who was involved in this critical incident, right?
Yes.
You ever responded to somebody being hit by a car before?
Multiple times.
You're aware that cars can cause serious physical injuries, right?
Correct.
And that's why you recommended him to follow up, because of the serious potential injuries that a car can cause when somebody's hit by them, right?
Absolutely.
Part of your job is to assess the individual both physically and take note of observations, correct?
Correct.
You noted on your report that Connor was in high stress, correct?
Correct.
With anxious mannerisms, right? Can you describe those anxious mannerisms for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Post the traumatic incident, you have a response from your adrenaline that creates flushed skin, sweating, some kind of shaking or trembling, just as you would as if you're scared, and or, high stress situation.
And he exhibited those symptoms.
Correct.
You noted that he was high flush in your report also, right?
Yes.
And you noted that he was diaphoretic, correct?
Yes.
Which means he was sweating heavily, right? And you took his blood pressure, correct?
Correct.
And his blood pressure, I believe you noted on your report, was 133/93,
Yes.
right? That's high, isn't it?
Whoa.
Higher than normal.
And it could be potentially stage 1 hypertension, is that correct?
Potentially.
That means that your heart and your blood vessels are under increased strain and they should be monitored closely, right?
Yes.
That blood pressure can lead to a heart attack, correct?
Probably not that specific blood pressure, but untreated over time, blood pressure can lead to those complications.
Now, you mentioned on direct examination that you didn't note any injuries to his lower extremities in your report. Do you remember telling Mr. Brandt that?
Yep.
But actually, sir, on your report, it's noted, if you look to the top, I believe, right corner, it's noted that he does in fact have abrasions to his knees. You would agree with that, right?
If you could show me on here where the,
Absolutely. May I approach the witness,
You
Your
may.
Honor? Thank you. Maybe not on the page part. Oh, this is from page. Secondary impression, laceration, abrasion.
That was a really high blood pressure.
thank you.
So you see on your report where you do actually note that he does in fact have abrasions to his lower extremities, correct?
Correct.
And it's your understanding, like you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that he was hit by a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Nothing out of the ordinary with those injuries being hit by a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
It's consistent, right? And based on your training and experience, you recommended and highly suggested that he go to the hospital, right?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adkins. I don't have any further questions at this time. May I approach the witness, Your Honor, and retrieve that exhibit?
You can leave it up there.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
Thank you, Judge. Sir, I just want to make sure the record is clear. Officer Grubb was not having a heart attack when you saw him.
No.
You would have transported him if that was the case.
Correct.
And any abrasions to the knees, you didn't intend to do.
Hello.
No.
It wasn't necessary.
No.
Abrasions to the knees can be caused by any number of things, can they not?
Correct.
Maybe falling down on the ground or the pavement.
This was below the knees. Highly unlikely unless he fell on top of something.
You talked a little bit about high stress and some observations you made of the officer upon coming into contact with him. And one of the things that was talked about was flush, I'm assuming you're talking about flush skin,
Correct.
and him being sweaty.
Yes.
It's August 24th. Right.
Correct.
Outside.
Yes.
He's got, I think you already told us, his uniform as well as a bulletproof vest on top of that.
Correct.
That he actually has to remove or is in the process of removing when he's walking up to the medic.
Yes.
It's not unusual for someone who has been in a high stress situation to be sweaty.
Correct.
Do you agree with that? Or flush for that matter. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
His blood pressure was, I think you said elevated, higher.
Yes.
That you described. That's not unusual for someone who is in a high stress situation.
Correct.
In fact, is it fair to say you would expect that?
Yes.
If someone had just shot and killed someone, would you expect to see those type of things?
Yes.
That does not speak to whether the shooting was justified at all. Would you agree with that?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, that
Okay.
is not his wheelhouse. Give me 1 second, guys, while we have the moment. I'm going to go grab my dog.
Mr. Atkins, thank you.
Any additional questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Atkins, you can step down. Leave everything up there. Now you can come get your.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any further witnesses on behalf of the state?
Yes, the next witness is Cassandra Tackett.
Pearl. Hey, Pearl. You want to lay here?
Carmen, did you want a copy of the evidence list? Little maze around here.
Every day. Every day.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. And you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In a loud, clear voice, please tell us your first and last name. Spell both of them for us.
My name is Cassandra Tackett, and that's Cassandra Tackett.
Are you currently working outside of the home?
I am not.
Prior to that role, what position did you have?
I was a special agent with the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, or BCI.
How long had you been a special agent with BCI?
I worked for BCI for just over a year.
What was your position as a special agent specifically?
As a special agent, I was assigned to the crime scene unit within BCI, and there I was responsible for the investigation of a multitude of different felony cases, including the processing of, I believe I had 37 crime scenes that I processed, including 18 homicides or questioned deaths, and then 9 officer-involved critical incidents.
Prior to joining BCI, where did you work?
I worked for the City of Athens, Ohio Police Department, and I worked there as a patrol officer, and then later as a detective with that agency.
Prior to that, did you go to a police academy?
Hey, Jen. This is about
I
a
completed basic
cop
Ohio
who is
Police Officer Training Academy at Hocking College. in
on
Easton,
trial.
Ohio.
While you were at Athens
It's in
City
the
Police
description if you
Department,
can see it.
did you serve as what I call an evidence technician for the Athens Police Department?
I did not.
When you then began BCI, specifically, when did you start with BCI?
I began with BCI in September of 2022.
And at that point, did you specifically join BCI to work as a special agent for crime scene investigations?
Correct.
What was the training, what training did you have before BCI?
Before BCI, I did not have any specialized crime scene training. However, during my year at BCI, I completed a rigorous field training program where another agent was assigned as my field training agent. And so they accompanied me on different cases and kind of, walked me through the processing of crime scenes and the guidelines that BCI had for processing crime scenes. In addition to that, I also completed a 10-week residential training at the University of Tennessee, and that was at the National Forensic Academy. So that was 10 full weeks of nothing but crime scene training.
As of August 24th, 2023, had you completed that training program within BCI?
Yes, I had.
And were you requested to assist in the investigation that happened at the 5991 South Sunbury Road, Kroger?
Yes.
Were you specifically requested to do crime scene investigation or evidence collection?
That is correct.
So the main incident happened at the Kroger. Were you sent to the Kroger?
I was not sent there first.
Where were you sent first?
I was sent to, I believe it was Mount Carmel St. Anne's Hospital
For what purpose?
to collect evidence.
And did you go to St. Anne's Hospital?
I did.
When you got there, did you have any communication with anybody with respect to your duties you were to perform?
Yes. So Special Agent Matthew Austin was assigned as the lead crime scene agent for that case. I was sent to assist Special Agent Austin with that case. He requested that I go to the hospital first because the deceased person had been taken to the hospital. I'm not sure if it was known at the time that they were deceased, but once I got to the hospital, they were found to be deceased.
When you get to the hospital and find out that she was deceased, at that time, was there an identity of her?
There was not. She was unidentified at that time.
Eventually, was identity confirmed?
That is correct.
And is that of Takaya Young?
Yes.
Did you speak to any Franklin County Sheriff's Office deputies at that hospital?
I believe there were 2 stationed outside the room.
And did you learn whether or not the coroner's office had been notified of the death at that time?
At my time of arrival, the coroner's office had not been notified of the death.
Did you request that that be done?
I did.
With respect to evidence collection there at the hospital, what was collected?
I collected, I don't want to speak off turn.
Let me ask in general.
yeah.
Did you collect clothing?
I collected clothing, correct.
And where was the clothing taken from?
It was taken off of the deceased's body.
And did you yourself, with assistance from a nurse, remove that clothing from the body?
I did. So I had actually spoken to a coroner's investigator on the phone and made sure once she had said that nobody was responding from their office, I asked for permission to remove the evidence from the body.
And did you get that permission?
Yes, I did.
And then did a nurse help you to collect the clothes?
Yes.
When the clothes were collected, were they in a specific condition that they could be immediately packaged and closed up?
No, they were covered in suspected blood stains and were damp.
And because of that, in your training, what do you have to do with those items?
We would typically take those to an evidence dryer to where the blood could be dried and the evidence could be packaged so that way it wouldn't mold or degrade in any sort of way.
Ultimately, were the clothes packaged?
I packaged them, or I'm not certain. I know that I put them in a paper bag and eventually they were turned over to Special Agent Austin.
Prior to being packaged, were they photographed by you?
They were photographed by me, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Tackett, I'm handing you State's Exhibits 46, 47, and 48. Take a look at those 3.
Yep.
My chat's kind of messed up. I'm seeing 2 of my messages.
Are you familiar with what those 3 photographs show us?
Yes.
And in general, what are they of?
They are of the clothing from the deceased.
Do State's Exhibits 46, 47, 48 fairly and accurately depict the clothing as you saw it when you removed it from the hospital?
Yes, they do.
If I could publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Please switch off.
Warning, this might be graphic, just so you guys know.
State's Exhibit 46. Can you explain to us what we see here?
So this is going to be a cut black t-shirt, cut jean shorts, underwear, and 2 pairs of shoes, or a pair of shoes, 2 shoes that were collected from the hospital. And they also have suspected blood stains on them.
State's Exhibit 47.
This would be the cut black t-shirt. And as the next picture is going to show, there is a hole near the Adidas graphic that is on the shirt.
There is a pointer up there.
Oh. Oh,
If you can direct the jury to the hole you're referring
okay.
to.
So I'm referring to this right here.
Now, there's a placard one on this shirt. Who placed that there?
I placed that.
What purpose?
All of the clothing was collected as item 1
I love Marty.
for that scene,
up,
that
girl?
scene being the hospital.
And you said that the shirt was cut. Is that something that happened prior to you?
Good
removing
deal,
it
Stephen.
from
Thank you.
Takayama?
Correct.
You didn't make that cut to remove the shirt.
I did not make that cut.
State's Exhibit 48. Is this a close-up of what you just had circled in State's Exhibit 47?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It is a suspected bullet hole in the black t-shirt.
Did you examine any other part of the shirt to see if there was any other hole from the bullet?
I did. I examined the entire shirt, and this was the only suspected hole that I found.
I believe you left that hospital at about 2300 hours.
Okay.
Where did you go next?
After I left the hospital, I went to the Blendon Township Police Department for the purpose of photographing officers and collecting evidence.
When you got to the police department, did you know which officers you were going to be photographing?
I did not.
Did you learn that upon arrival at the Blendon Township Police Department?
I did.
Who did you come into contact first with?
Would I be able to reference my report?
Would it refresh your memory to look at a report for that information?
It would, please. Thank you.
Ms. Tackett, I'm going to hand you a report. Take a look at it and tell me that,
Yes.
first of all, is your report.
Yes, this is page 1 of my report.
And is this the report that you were referencing might refresh your memory?
Yes, it is.
So take a look and tell me if your memory is refreshed.
Yes, it is.
And what is the answer then as to who you came into contact with first?
I came into contact with Officer Connor Grubb.
Did you make physical observations of Connor Grubb?
I did.
Did you then take photographs of him?
I did.
So Ms. Tackett, I will now hand you State's Exhibits 49 through 57.
Okay.
Take a look through that stack. Ms. Tackett, are those the photographs you took on August 24, 2023, maybe even going into the 25th?
Yes,
And do all State's Exhibits 49 through 57 fairly and accurately reflect your observations of Connor Grubb
Yes.
at that time?
yes, it does.
What? Yes, you may.
Starting with State, catch up. State's Exhibit 49, can you tell us what this is?
This is probably the first picture I took of Officer Grubb. I observed suspected blood stains on his pants. I observed a Band-Aid on his elbow there that you can see right there. He's wearing his uniform that has police across the front and a name tag. There's a badge.
Now, at the time that you saw Connor Grubb and documented with this photograph, was he still wearing a body-worn camera or had that been removed?
That had been removed prior to
Were
my,
you aware there was anything else that had been removed that he might have been wearing earlier before you documented him?
yes, I believe his duty weapon was also removed prior to me photographing him.
Moving on then to State's Exhibit 50. What is this?
This is a photograph of some injuries to the elbow area there.
51?
The same arm, but the inside of the elbow, additional injuries.
State's Exhibit 52,
This is depicting injuries to that hand.
and you're circling what would be the left hand.
It appears that way, yes.
State's Exhibit 53,
This is just the other side of the hands. I don't believe there are any injuries to the palms.
State's Exhibit 54,
This appears to be the right leg. He's wearing gloves due to the suspected bloodstains that were on the pants, and he has some injuries to his knee area right there.
State's Exhibit 55. Is this a close-up of the same leg we just saw in State's Exhibit 54?
Yes, it is.
And you're documenting what?
There's an injury right there to the knee, and then right there below the kneecap.
State's Exhibit 56, are you moving on then to his left leg here?
Yes, this would be the left leg. Again, there's the suspected bloodstains on the pants, and there are some injuries just below the knee to the shin area.
And then 57, is this again a close-up of the leg we just saw?
It is.
And what were you documenting?
I was documenting these injuries right here below the knee.
Now, you mentioned a duty firearm. Did you retrieve that when you were at the Vernon Township Police Department?
I did.
And at this time, I'm gonna have you open the box first, and then I think the deputies are gonna come and make sure that it's gonna safe.
Okay.
So let's get to State's Exhibit 59, which is what?
It appears to be a box containing a firearm.
Does it have any ceilings on it?
It does. It has tape, and it has,
This is the first kind of evidence we've seen. So take the box and show the jury, when we say, is the box sealed, what are you talking about?
yes, so there is tape along the opening points of the box, the flaps of the box. So there's tape along all of those points, and then there's also my initials indicating where the tape meets the box. So that way it is able to be seen if it has been tampered with.
So right now, as you hold it in your hands,
Yes.
is this box sealed?
It is sealed, yes.
Now, in your experience as a crime scene investigator, something like a firearm usually sent to a lab.
Correct, and based on the additional sticker here and additional markings on the tape, it has been opened and resealed. by
Girl,
somebody else.
preach.
But now still, it's sealed right now.
Correct.
So I'm going to ask you to go ahead and.
Can't
break
believe
the
we're
seal and
here.
open up that box for
Okay,
us.
I'm gonna place some gloves.
Your Honor, for the record, the prosecution, we have no issues with the custody or anything with regards to the gun.
Would that apply to the casing and projectile? Would that apply to what? Casing and projectile as well. That would be a later witness. Thank you. Okay, but go ahead and open it.
You still would like me to proceed? Okay.
Marty's kind of echoing the sentiments that I believe we all have. This is crazy. It's extremely unfortunate for everyone involved.
Scissors are not super handy. Do you have a pocket knife?
They could just,
you could
if she
just-
could have just
That would be,
complied,
I think, a lot more
we
effective.
wouldn't be here.
For the record, the deputy is currently.
Thank you kindly.
opening the seal.
Okay.
Go ahead, open the box, tell us what's inside.
Okay, so this envelope says that it has 17 cartridges and 1 magazine. This appears to be from the firearms lab. And then if you want to
For
go
the
ahead
record,
and check
deputy,
that.
please make sure that's safe.
Okay.
So it's not loaded, can't be shot right now, is that correct? Thank you so much.
This is going to be a Glock 17 Gen 4 9mm handgun.
And did you also photograph that weapon?
I did.
Sorry, guys. Had to take my allergy medicine.
Permission to publish the photo?
You may.
Is this your picture?
Got a
of
whole
the
lot going
firearm
on.
You just showed us.
Yes, it
Is
is.
it very accurate?
Yes.
Now, looking up on the screen.
Okay.
You talked about that second envelope that's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us again what is in the envelope.
The large envelope contains 17 cartridges and 1 magazine.
Go ahead and open that up and make sure that's what's inside.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's how his family feels, Marty.
And what have you removed?
I have removed cartridges and 1 magazine.
So looking at State's Exhibit 58, I'm circling something. Is that a magazine?
Yes, it
What's
is.
the magazine you're holding?
Yes, it is.
Now, in the picture 58, what's inside the magazine?
There are 16 cartridges inside that magazine in the photo.
Cartridge.
A cartridge is a complete bullet, which contains the casing and the projectile still intact. So this would be an unfired bullet that sits in the firearm.
And for packaging purposes, are these unfired bullets all removed from the gun when it's packaged?
They are.
And is that now what you're holding?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then there's this one separate one at the top.
Yes.
Why did you have that separate when you photographed this?
That indicates that cartridge was found in the chamber of the firearm.
And you're gonna have to explain what that means, so everybody knows.
So that means the gun was loaded, ready to be fired.
So when you say it's in the chamber, it's moved from this magazine into the gun,
Correct.
in my very elementary
Yep.
words? Okay. All right, so tell us then how
Makes
many
sense.
bullets were left total inside this firearm?
So there were 17 total in the firearm. The picture indicates that 1 was missing from the magazine.
And what does that mean? One missing from the
1
magazine?
missing from the magazine would indicate that 1 was fired.
Go ahead and you can put those, are
Okay.
those all in the same or substantially the same condition as when you would have packaged them?
I would have packaged them loose in the envelope, and there are less here now. The firearms lab would have conducted their own testing of the firearm. That's why we send extra cartridges with the firearm.
Thank you for explaining that.
Um, Yep,
In the, put it back
in the envelope.
which you took it.
Okay.
And can you put that anywhere right now? If they've been told to stop testifying. Just go ahead and close the box.
Close the box, okay.
Tackett, did you also come into contact with a Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
Yes, I did.
And did you document him by photograph as well?
Yes, I did document Sergeant Moynihan.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. Or it should be 62, which I've already shown.
Okay.
Do you guys hear a screeching noise in your audio? Like,
Are those three pictures photographs you took of Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
I don't know if it's
24th
just
of April,
me.
25th of 2023.
Yes, they are.
Do they all three fairly and accurately depict your observations of Sergeant Moynihan?
Yes, they do.
You may.
State's Exhibit 60, is this Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
Okay.
Yes, it
What were you documenting by taking this photograph?
I was documenting the condition of his uniform at the time.
And which was what? Just the condition? How
yep.
it looked?
Yep, so he had, a name tag, and police stated across his vest he was wearing a badge. There was also suspected blood stains on his vest, and as the other pictures will show, there were also suspected blood stains on his pants.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 61, is this still Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
Yes, it is. You can see some suspected blood stains on his pants on that thigh area, and then there's additional stains on the knee area of the pants.
State's Exhibit 62.
That would just be a close-up of those suspected blood stains on the knee area of the pants.
I want to go back to State's Exhibit 50. When you were making these observations and documenting Officer Connor Grubb,
Mhm.
did he make any statements about how these injuries were inflicted?
I don't recall who told me about the injuries to his arms, but it was reported to me that he sustained injuries to his arms after breaking out a car window with his flashlight, and then to provide aid to the female that was deceased.
And then when you were talking about his legs,
Yes.
or-
Coco.
I'm not talking about them, but when you were documenting his legs,
Mhm.
did anyone, including Connor Grubb, providing information as to those injuries?
Yes, he had stated to me that he was struck by the female's vehicle, and that's why he sustained the leg injuries.
Now, you had gained information that there had been broken glass associated with that vehicle.
Correct. It was told to me that a window was broken out.
Did you yourself then ever go out to the Kroger scene?
I did. After I had left the hospital and then documented the officers, I then made my way to the Kroger scene.
Did you perform any evidence collection there?
I did not.
Was there another agent who was assigned to the Kroger scene?
Yes, Special Agent Matthew Austin was the lead agent at that Kroger scene.
Hello. Hello. Okay. I was doing a test. We're all good.
Ms. Hackett, we talked about the pictures that you took of Sergeant Eric Moynihan. Did he complain of any injuries that you then would have needed to document?
I did not write in my report that he discussed any injuries.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hackett. We know each other professionally, correct?
Correct.
I've got some questions for you today
Hello.
based off of Ms. Claypool's questions. If at any time I go too fast or you don't understand the question, please just ask me to rephrase.
Thank you.
I want to take you back to August 24th, 2023. You said you responded to the hospital in Blendon Township, but it was after the fact that the shooting had occurred, correct?
Correct.
And part of your duties at BCI on that day was to photograph Connor and Sergeant Eric Moynihan, correct?
Correct.
and you wanted to document injuries and marks on Connor's body, correct?
Correct.
And you stated on direct examination that you had asked him where those injuries came from, right?
Correct.
And he told you that he was struck by a vehicle, right?
He did.
Now, you took pictures of the injuries on his lower extremities, right?
I did.
And you noted the abrasions on his knees, correct?
I did.
You noticed that there were blood stains on his pants,
Hey, Judge.
but his pants, they weren't ripped, were they?
Not that I observed.
Now, you were also asked to photograph Sergeant Eric Moynihan, right?
Yes.
Why were you asked to photograph Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
He was another officer involved during the incident.
So it's important to gather information from Sergeant Eric Moynihan too, then, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Sergeant Moynihan's pants were not ripped, right?
They did not appear ripped.
But they did have the same blood stains on his pants too, correct?
They both pants on Grubb and Moynihan had suspected bloodstains on them.
But Sergeant Eric Moynihan, as you noted or did not note in your report, he didn't have any injuries to his lower extremities, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Special Agent Austin was the lead crime scene person for this case.
Yes.
And you mentioned earlier too that you went to the hospital to gather evidence, right?
Correct.
In those pictures, I didn't see any keys or anything like that. You didn't collect any keys from the hospital, did you?
I did not collect any keys.
Miss Claypool talked to you a lot about that firearm box being sealed. If a seal were broken, it would indicate that somebody had been in that piece of evidence, right?
Correct.
In normal, proper protocol and procedure, typically when somebody goes into a piece of evidence, you guys as BCI techs would fill out a sheet indicating, hey, this is the time and this is the place when I did in fact go into that piece of evidence, right?
If it had been sealed previously and then opened, there would be documentation, yes.
And that's important to be thorough in your investigation, right?
Correct.
Because there are chain of custody issues that sometimes arise with pieces of evidence.
100%.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Claypool also asked about the bullet in the chamber. Do you remember her asking you about those?
I
about
do.
that?
Yep.
That bullet automatically gets loaded in the chamber after a round is fired, correct?
Correct.
Connor didn't have to recock the gun in order for it to go up into the chamber or anything like that, right?
I'm not sure if there were any, firearm mishaps or anything that happened at the scene. That would be something that the firearms,
The firearm technician would have
yes,
to
thank you
analyze
for the
that
thank you
aspect.
for the words.
But to your knowledge, none of that happened based
Correct.
on what you analyzed,
It
right?
was not reported to me that there were any mishaps with the firearm.
And so because there were no mishaps with the firearms, or I'll ask him that down the road too, but presumably if there were no mishaps with the firearm, then that bullet would automatically be loaded in the chamber, right?
That is how a firearm would normally operate.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
May,
Thank you so much, Ms. Tackett. I appreciate you being here. I have no further questions for you at this time. Thank you.
any redirect? All right, you can step down, leave everything there. You may.
You want to be part of the live stream? Would you like to say hello? Say hello to my little friends. Meow. Meow. Now, if you're going to come up here like you want pet, don't bite me when I pet you. Coco? We're not doing this today. No, ma'am. She just got a bunch of concealer all over her tail. That's fun.
Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Andrew McClellan.
I know someone named Andrew McClellan. That's kind of why my face looks perplexed. Like, he's a lawyer. Good kitty.
There's a little maze around here.
You're right, Marty.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear, affirm under penalty of perjury, your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat, pull yourself up close to the microphone.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Andrew McClelland, ANDREW, MCCLELLAND.
Mr. McClelland, how are you currently employed and in what capacity?
I'm a forensic scientist, firearms examiner with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation, also known as BCI.
And how long have you been a firearms examiner with BCI?
Since 2012, July of 2012.
2012. And how long total have you spent with BCI?
Since July of 2005.
So what did you do with BCI between 2005 and 2012?
I was a forensic scientist, latent print examiner.
And then during your time with BCI, did you switch from doing prints to firearms?
Yes, I transferred, my transfer was in 2012.
And Mr. McClellan, could you describe what the BCI Crime Lab is?
BCI, the crime lab specifically, is a crime laboratory whose services are provided to any agencies that need it, that don't have their own crime lab within their own police department. We process and examine evidence that is submitted to the laboratory.
Okay, guys, hold on.
We will then report upon our findings.
It's the same noise, but we're just gonna share it anyways. Damn it.
Fired cartridge cases, fired bullets, fired shot shells, shot shell projectiles, slugs, pellets, shot wadding. We can also do operability reports and serial number restoration.
And Mr. McClellan, what type of training, education, and experience and background do you have in order to be a firearms examiner with BCI?
I have a biochemistry degree from Otterbein College, which is now known as Otterbein University. Once I transferred from the latent print section to the firearms section, I underwent a year of on-the-job training, which included numerous written and physical examinations, and concluded with a competency test, proficiency test, and a mock trial to testify to the findings of my mock case that we
Pretty
have
cool.
to create during training.
And have you ever testified in court before related to your capacity as a firearms examiner?
Yes,
How many times would you estimate?
dozens.
Dozens. And have you been certified as an expert before?
Yes,
In what field have you been certified as an expert before?
both as a latent print examiner and as a firearms examiner.
Your Honor, the state would move to tender Mr. McClelland as an expert in firearms.
He can issue his own opinions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McClellan, Is there a way in which a fired bullet or a casing can be compared to a particular gun to determine whether or not the bullet or the casing came from that particular gun?
Yes.
Could you describe how that process occurs?
So when a firearm is discharged, the cartridge that is being discharged by the firearm produces a high pressure spike within the firearm. That pressure will then propel the bullet forward out of the barrel, and it will press the cartridge case back against a part of the firearm known as the breech face. When this discharge occurs, there are microscopic characteristics that are present on the firearm that can get transferred from the firearm onto those fired components at the moment of discharge.
And then what do you do in order to make a comparison to determine if a bullet or a casing came from a particular gun?
If a firearm is submitted, the first step we will do is we will do a physical and visual examination to ensure the firearm is in proper working order. It's not dangerous for us to test fire. We will then test fire the weapon a number of times. This serves two purposes. First, it allows us to say whether or not the firearm was operable as received, meaning it works correctly. And then we will collect those test fires and we will use those in the comparison phase. So the first step of the comparison phase is we will do what's known as a test-to-test comparison. So we'll take two of our test-fired bullets or two of our test-fired cartridge cases and examine them on a comparison microscope. A comparison microscope is two compound microscopes that are joined in one field of view where we can move the stages of each microscope independently to try and line up the characteristics that gun may or may have not reproduced on those fired components. Once we are done with the test-to-test comparison, we will then move to a test-to-evidence comparison. So we'll use one of the test fires that we looked at, and then we'll compare it to any evidence that was submitted, whether it was evidence fired cartridge cases or evidence fired bullets. If we see a similar level of agreement in our test evidence that we saw in our test-to-test, that's when we can say whether or not it was fired, the evidence was fired in that firearm.
So does every single gun, once fired, leave an imprint on the
Yes.
projectile or the casing?
Like a
that is
fingerprint.
completely unique to that firearm?
It can. It depends on the condition of the firearm and the method the firearm was manufactured, but typically, yes.
And so if you receive a gun and then casings or projectiles to compare whether or not they were fired from that gun, will you yourself fire from the gun so that you have a known sample to compare it with?
Yes, that's the test firing procedure that I outlined that creates the test fires that we use.
And what equipment do you use to do then a microscopic comparison between a known sample of a casing or a projectile and one submitted for analysis?
That would be the comparison microscope where we use it to do both our test-to-test comparisons and our test evidence comparisons.
And Mr. McClellan, is this process of repeatable and objectively verifiable?
Yes,
And is it based on widely accepted principles in your field?
yes,
And is the testing designed in a way that reliably implements those principles?
yes,
And do you actually conduct the test in a way that yields accurate results?
yes.
And is your testing subject to peer review?
So there's two steps. After I reach my conclusion, I will give all of the work product that I have to a second examiner, and they will do a physical microscope comparison the same way I did to verify my conclusions. Once that is done and I finish my notes and I type my report, all of my work product, my notes, my report, all the statistics that I enter into our system, all of that is then peer reviewed or technically reviewed by another forensic scientist firearms examiner. Once that's complete, it will then go to our supervisor for administrative review.
And Mr. McClellan, were items submitted to you in this case for analysis?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
I'm dropping my Venmo information and my Cash App info
Mr. McClellan, I'm handing you what has been
for the headphone fund.
as States Exhibit 59.
No shame in my game.
And States Exhibit 72.
It's bad.
Are you
These are. All right. What's the issue with their feed?
Yes. First of all, this olive green barcode label that's on the edge of the box, that is a barcode label that is affixed to evidence when it is submitted to the laboratory through our evidence receiving department. It will contain, the barcode is so that we can scan it and as it moves throughout the laboratory to establish a chain of custody. It'll also include the department which submitted it as long as some other demographic information. This neon green label is a make safe label that I affixed to the box, meaning the gun is unloaded in a safe condition when I received it.
All right, we're switching back to
Blue
WBNS.
handwriting
This
here
is
and a larger
crazy.
black handwriting here. That's my open and seal dates from when I opened the box and then when I sealed the box.
And then do you put your initials or mark the outside when you handle the item?
Yes, so it's on the pack inside.
Okay.
And which item does the label indicate that is?
This is States Exhibit 59, which is also BCI item number 2.
And what is inside of that?
First, the item number and my initials on that and the small blue writing. There's another smaller manila envelope with a yellow barcode label. This is the envelope I created. This contains all of the test fires that I took using this firearm. And then inside the firearm, or inside the box, is the firearm that was submitted. It is zip tied through the barrel to ensure that it is safe and not in a loaded condition.
When these items are first submitted to BCI, what is the process by which BCI takes possession?
So when an agency submits evidence to BCI, it is done through the evidence receiving department. Personnel with the department will come in and physically submit the evidence to our evidence receiving department. They will take all of the case information in and document that in our laboratory information management system, which is what we refer to as LIMS. Once all of the evidence is submitted, the packaging will be barcoded, and then the evidence will be moved to a secure storage location or a vault, until which time an examiner can retrieve that evidence and proceed to do the examinations.
And when these items were submitted to BCI, were they in this packaging that they are in now?
Yes.
And when they're first submitted to BCI, then does a unique BCI case number get generated?
Yes.
And is there a BCI label on each of these items?
Yes.
And does that get applied at the time the items are submitted to BCI?
Yes.
And what are the other two items that are up there?
So States Exhibit 45 is BCI item number 1. It's a manila envelope. Again, at the bottom of the envelope, you can see my open and seal dates. This envelope contains a fired cartridge casing. And then States Exhibit 72, which is BCI item number 3, again, has my open and seal dates at the bottom. And this contains a fired projectile or a fired bullet.
Does it state were all those items submitted to BCI on August 28th, 2023?
Ooh, whoops.
Yes.
And Mr. McClellan, could you open the other two items, please?
So BCI item number 3, States Exhibit 72, contained an internal packaging, which is a brown cardboard box. Again, the BCI item number, the open and seal dates, in which I did open that. I actually repackaged the fired bullet or fired projectile into a small plastic bag just to keep it separate from the original packaging. There's gloves up there if you need them. I'm fine, thank you.
Very difficult without contacts in to see what I'm doing. And I'm using my other laptop, so not even a mirror.
And then BCI item number 1, which is States Exhibit 45, contains the one fired cartridge case that was submitted. On the side of this cartridge case, the black area is Sharpie that I apply, and then I scribe the case information on it. So the BCI case number, the item number, my initials, And I do the same with the bullet. It's just harder to see since it's in that plastic bag.
And Mr. McClellan, are all of those items in the same or substantially similar condition as when they were submitted to BCI?
Yes.
Could you describe the process by which a cartridge casing is ejected from a gun, please?
In a semi-automatic pistol, such as the one that was submitted, when the cartridge is discharged, the top portion of the firearm, which is referred to as the slide, will reciprocate or move to the rear. As it is moving to the rear, it will extract and eject or expel the fired cartridge case from the chamber of that firearm. And then as it moves forward, if there's still ammunition present in the magazine, it will chamber the next round from the magazine.
And Mr. McClellan, what were you asked to do with these items submitted?
When these were submitted, there was a request for comparison between the firearm and the fired cartridge case and fired bullet.
And did you first complete an operability test of the firearm?
Yes, initially, the first thing we do is a visual and physical examination to ensure that the firearm is safe to test fire. And then, yes, we do our test firing, which serves the two purposes of letting us state that it's operable as well as generating those test fires for the comparison phase.
And what is the process by which you fire the gun to confirm it's operable and get samples to test?
At our laboratory, we have what's known as a water recovery tank. So it is a metal tank full of water with a shooting port or hole and a tube, and we will shoot the firearm into that. The water will slow the bullet down so that it doesn't get damaged by hitting anything in the tank. And then there's a netting around that tube in which we shoot that will catch any auto-ejected cartridge cases.
And did you confirm that this firearm was in fact operable?
Yes,
And how many times did you fire it?
I believe it test fired it 6 times.
So then would that have given you 6 projectiles and casings for comparison?
Yes.
And what did you then do after you test fired the weapon?
So once I completed the test firing and operability examination, I move into the microscope comparison phase. So again, the first step is the test comparison of the test fires that I just generated to kind of develop a frame of reference or a fingerprint for that firearm. And then once I complete the test comparison, I move on to the test evidence comparison.
And now, do you compare the casings to the test fired casings to the casing, and then the test fired projectiles to the projectile?
Initially, we do a test to test, so 2 casings to each other that were test fired, and then 2 bullets that were test fired to each other. And then we'll move on to 1 test fired cartridge case to the evidence cartridge case, 1 test fired bullet to the evidence bullet.
And after doing a microscopic comparison in this case, were you able to reach any conclusions?
Yes.
And what conclusions did you reach?
Both the fired cartridge case and the fired bullet were fired by the submitted firearm.
And on your report, does it indicate a source identification?
Yes, that's the language that we use in our report to indicate a match.
And what does that mean if what level of certainty is that if it's a source identification?
It is to a scientific level of certainty. So we talk about practical certainties and absolute certainties. An absolute certainty was if I were to compare it to every firearm in existence and ones that haven't even been manufactured yet. Obviously, that's not possible, so it's a practical certainty. Based off my training, education, and experience, there was enough agreement in the evidence to the test fire for me to feel comfortable saying that it was fired by that firearm.
And were you able to reach that conclusion to that level of certainty that both the submitted casing and the submitted projectile came from that particular firearm?
Yes.
Now, was there also a portion or a lead fragment of a bullet of the projectile that was submitted?
There was also a very small lead fragment that was submitted. It was such small in such nature that it was what we refer to as unsuitable. There was no information on that small lead fragment to make any kind of conclusion with. So we state that it is unsuitable for any kind of comparison or identification purposes.
And was that along with the projectile that was removed from Takaya Young?
Yes, it was in the brown box in States Exhibit 72, BCI Item 3.
And do you know why there would have been a lead fragment along with the projectile?
It's possible when a bullet strikes anything that it can fragment, and if it's possible that was a fragment from the bullet that was fired.
So the little fragment was not suitable for comparison?
Correct.
But the main portion of the spent projectile along with the casing, you were able to confirm were fired from that particular handgun?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. McClellan, I'm handing you have been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 63 through 65. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
And what are those photos?
So while we are doing our comparison phase, we will document by taking photographs of our comparisons. And these are the copies of those photographs that I generated using my comparison microscope camera.
And are those fair and accurate copies of the pictures you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Mr. McClellan, this is State's Exhibit 63. Could you describe what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 63?
So this is a comparison photograph that I took using the comparison microscope. The left side of the photograph, if you can see down the center of the photograph, there's a thin black line. The left side of that photograph is what I had on the left side of my stage, which is one of the test fires that I generated using the submitted pistol. And the right side of the photograph is the evidence cartridge casing that was submitted on this case. And this picture shows the agreement in what is known as the firing pin aperture shear. I'm sorry, the firing pin aperture shear. And so when the firearm is discharged and the slide reciprocates, depending on the type of firearm, some of that material of the cartridge case can flow back into the opening where the firing pin protrudes through the firearm. And this type of firearm has an unlocking mechanism that it will drop the barrel slightly. And so any of that material that's been flowed back into that hole will get sheared off, kind of like a cheese grater. And so the edge of that hole will create microscopic characteristics that we can look at. And this is just showing the agreement of some of those microscopic characteristics between the test fire and the evidence.
And here's State's Exhibit 64. What are we looking at here?
This is, again, a picture I generated using the camera on my comparison microscope. Again, the picture is divided in two, with the left side being my test fire and the right side being the evidence bullet. And this is showing the agreement of some of the barrel engraved striation characteristics that the bullet can pick up from the firearm as the bullet is traveling down the barrel of the firearm.
And then finally, here is State's Exhibit 5. Can you describe what we're looking at here?
This is a
State's Exhibit 65, excuse me.
This is a second picture of the same fired bullet. Again, the left side is my test fire, the right side is the evidence bullet. This was just another area of agreement on that bullet. It was a different land impression on the bullet. So I took multiple photographs of areas on that bullet for identification purposes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
Very quickly, Your Honor. Proceed.
Yes, may.
Mr. McClellan, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Along with Ms. Stevens, we represent Connor Grubb. I had a professor, an undergrad at Cornell, Dr. Blanchard, who came up with the KISS method. Have you ever heard the KISS method, the acronym KISS?
I believe I know what you're referring to.
That's keep it simple, stupid. I think it was designed for me, so if you would keep it simple here, I would appreciate it. I think you started about 20 minutes ago for the record, but basically what you did is you took the weapon that was turned over by my client, you compared it to a shell casing that was found at the scene, correct?
Yes,
And you test fired using other ammunition, and you took that shell casing that was test fired, that matched the shell casing that was at the scene,
correct.
and that matched those shell casings, both those shell casings said it came from the weapon that was turned over.
Correct.
And you took one bullet that was found and compared it, and it was fired from that gun as well.
Correct.
Confirming that now, the magazine, how many bullets does that magazine hold?
Yeah, I opened the magazine item in.
You may.
18 sound right?
So the magazine is listed as being a capacity 17 magazine.
And then,
And if you had one in the chamber as well, the full capacity of the firearm would be 18.
so So if there were 17 bullets left, that would mean one bullet was spent, correct?
Correct.
Again, confirming that there was one shot from that weapon, and the shell casing that was found on the scene matched that weapon.
Correct.
Thank you very much for keeping it simple. Appreciate it.
Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, leave everything there.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you can take your stuff.
Thank you.
Fair enough. But did I hear aperture?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning recess. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you by about 15, 20 minutes.
All rise.
Break time. So that's been pretty boring. Trying to look over my notes and see if anything really sticks out to me as I would say the most important information that we've received this morning has been from Nick Adkins, who was the first witness this morning from Westerville. He's the one that showed up at London Township PD to treat Officer Connor Grubb. And I believe this number is correct. I know that the bottom number is correct, but he said that Connor had a blood pressure of 133 over 193. That was wild. I also thought it was important to note that Connor was definitely in shock. So much so that Nick had written on the report that he was in a high stress state, which includes his face being flushed, him shaking, and high blood pressure. And I don't know about you guys. I've been in some car accidents, 2 of which have been extremely serious. And you really don't understand shock, especially like a physical shock. There's shock that comes from finding out someone died, right? But when it's like physical, it presents a little bit differently. And it could be 93 degrees outside and you could be shaking, like, and just uncontrollably. The sweating, they were like, well, it's hot outside. And if you go back and listen to me, I immediately knew. I even said it out loud. I was like, well, it was hot outside. I knew that was what the state was going to say. Like, without a doubt, that they were going to be like, oh, well, he was sweating because it was hot. And that's why his face was flushed. Or he just shot his weapon and gravely injured, if not killed someone. So there's that. What else? Judge Martinson of Peak Prosperity Channel has done Charlie Kirk breakdowns, and he has talked about aperture. Aperture. That's one company I never thought I'd have to hear about again. After the Karen Reed trial. Let me put on I really don't need to put on my headphones. That's crazy. I'd probably have been the same. No one wants to be in those situations. If you're referring to the car accident, 100%. I shut down a highway. It was so bad. I am so thankful that the other person lived. And I wasn't texting, just so you guys know. The other accident happened in Westerville in 22. And a woman without insurance ran a red light and T-boned into me. Her dad wasn't wearing a seatbelt, and he started going into cardiac shock. Like he started having a heart attack. And my car lit on fire, and I was in this is how shock works. I was in such shock that a woman who witnessed this happening, she was driving a Jeep Grand Cherokee, or Jeep Wrangler rather, and she had to run across traffic and pull me out of my car while it was on fire, because I was just I was like, what? It was so bizarre. So we always say like, oh yeah, I would know what to do in that situation, dude. Unless you've been in these situations, like there's no telling how you would react. And I know I mentioned Karen Reed last week. I felt the same way about her. Like it's just, you never know what is going to come out of your mouth, how your body is going to react to it. You hear about people who hear devastating news, like your child has passed away, and they faint. It's you never know. So I have been taking my grand old time putting on my makeup. Messed up a little, but hey, I figured I'm very like anti-blue eyeshadow. I think it has a time and a place, and the time and the place was the 80s. Don't hate on me, guys. But I'm wearing this blue top, supporting law enforcement, and I figured I'd go for it. So we're rocking it today. Marty said no one really ever knows how they are going to react. We may think we know, but my experience has taught me otherwise. You're like a modern YouTube Buddha, Marty. You have been spot on this entire time. I saw one of the comments you left last week, and maybe it was earlier this week, and it was like, when did compliance become an option? Or maybe that was my response back to you, but it's, yeah, everything that you're saying is spot on. I can't believe this is happening. I will go. Why don't I share my photos for those of you who have not seen what the photos I took that night are. Marty is smart. Hi, Judge. I didn't realize that Marty had come here from the gang. I thought she was just like someone in Columbus who was interested in this trial. Before I show you guys the photos, I can't tell you how validating it has been to have people reach out to me with very, very solid information who are, I can't be very specific because these people want to be anonymous, but they are people who know what they're talking about. And I had another one yesterday reach out to me and provide me with information, and it has been great. I love this. I have been excited each day waking up and being able to do this with you. Today was a little chaotic because my husband had a doctor's appointment this morning. So he was out of the house super early, which left all the animal responsibilities with me. So I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off. I am going to find those photos for you. But I love that people know that they can trust me and have been open with me and sharing information. The information that I have, I will, as long as I get a second independent corroborated source, I will share that information, but I can't do so otherwise. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, I just found out that I'm not going to get a package until next week. That's BS. It's also the holidays, so USPS is moving slow. Okay, focus. X. I shared the photos on there, so I'm going to pull them up or airdrop them to myself. Oh, well, thank you, Judge, for sharing my channel. That's awfully sweet of you. Wow. Okay. I'm using my other laptop, and this laptop is so old and so full of that stuff that it's moving a little slow. But we're getting there. Okay, here. Let me hello. Okay. I'm trying to make sure that if I share my ex, that no secret information from anyone is going to pop up. So let me just, this way was so much easier than what I was going to do. Okay. Stop screen, share, screen, X. Okay. How do we want to do this? Does that make it bigger for you guys too? Yeah. Okay. Let me remove Marty's comment. Okay, so this is the night it happened. As you can see when I scroll up, the date and the time in the gas prices. And the car is right here where my cursor is, to the left of the word R in RX. You can just see black and then there's white. That is where the car is. You can see several police vehicles that showed up that night. And it was me looking at the news websites and tweets from the news that made me think, yeah, this sounds different than what I'm hearing on the scanner. Let me go ahead and go outside and take photos. So that's what I did from the bar across the street. And it was Kroger's, I think, was shut down until like 8 a.m. the next morning. It was wild. It was crazy. Absolutely nuts. If you guys have any questions about that, let me know. The other photos I have, I don't think are as good. And this was just a random, like, I think I should probably like take a photo, sort of gut instinct, and I'm so glad I did. I'm so glad I did. And I'm so glad that I've kept with this, because I figured that this would be just a horrible incident. It would be something that uh, unfortunately would impact these two families forever. But I never in a million years thought that it would lead to a criminal trial involving manslaughter, homicide, and murder. Like, unbelievable. My dude is here. Anthony, do you remember Good Burger? I'm a dude. She's dude. You're a dude. We're all dudes. Hey. Did I just show my age? Happy not birthday, Judge. And thank you for sharing. If you guys could go ahead and hit the like button. And if you are a good person, if you could please share on Facebook, Insta, X, wherever you kids are hanging out at, that would be baller. And I saw Keenan live. He was really funny. And yeah, Marty, I don't think they're going to call me as a witness. I don't think so. What else was I going to say? Yeah, sharing this, liking this, that means so much. It really helps the algorithm so that we can get as many eyes on this as possible, because this is important to share. As I've stated in the past, I am especially concerned with the impact it will have on policing in my community. So that is why I definitively signed up to do this. And with that being said, yeah, Discord, if you want to share in Discord, that's awesome. With that being said, I'm also a very new and growing channel. So sitting here for a few hours with these headphones on has been killing my ears. And I have gotten a few donations. I set up super chats but I don't super chats work so that I only get them once a month. So I need to fundraise for myself, which like I said earlier, no shame in my game. If you would like to help contribute to the headphones fund, I'll go ahead and share that tweet or comment again. My Venmo information is there, as well as my Cash App information. That would be mighty helpful. I have a pair of headphones I know I want. They go over the ear and in so that my ears aren't pushed back. Poor ears. And I'd be able to wear earrings. So, that is not why I'm buying them, but I'm gravely uncomfortable. So, I appreciate your support. Like I said, if you can't donate financially and you appreciate my work, all I would ask is that you please make sure to like it and share the stream. That would help tremendously. Let's make sure that I oh, here we go.
Jury.
Not on the record, Your Honor.
Let's go get jury.
It's doing that weird thing again, you guys. I talked about this the other day. There we go. Yeah, Judge, this has been awful. And my husband's like, just deal with it. I was like, can it be an early Christmas gift? No. So I said, screw you. I'm going to fundraise for them. I'll be back. I need to wash my hands.
The largest laser pointer
Getting
I've
out of
ever
here's
seen.
a task. But wait, I want to see who's testifying so I can write it down before I run out. I didn't address Marty being from Northeast
Have
Ohio.
a seat.
Next time.
I'm going to have you guys get your steps in today, coming in and out of the courtroom. What we're going to do now, we have another witness, and so we're going to break for lunch. If you guys can be back up here about 12:45, and we'll try and start at 1, so we can go have enough time in the afternoon. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not
For
permit
real.
anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion in case until it is finally submitted to. We'll see you. Have a good lunch.
All rise.
Wow. Okay. Well, Judge, for people who don't know what that means, they're probably like, what? Good night. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the support so much. Okay. So we are breaking for lunch at 11 a.m. and they have until 1. This is wild. Before I forget, you don't have to say where you are, Marty, but I used to live in Tremont in Cleveland. And I love Cleveland. Cleveland is an incredible city. It's so cultured and the food is delicious. The people are nice. I love that in one day you could go to a Cavs, Tribe, and Browns game. With the new stadium, that will not be possible. Don't get me started. But I absolutely love Cleveland. I wish that Columbus had like the sports like Cleveland. I was gonna say Cincinnati, but I guess Cincinnati doesn't have a basketball team. But we have soccer and we have hockey. I do like hockey. It's just Cleveland's so much better. It's on the water. There's always something to do. Every ethnicity, like from Eastern Europe, is over there. And the food is just to die for. It's like, I know this, that President Bill Clinton used to have his pierogies shipped in from, hold on, starts with a P. It's in Cuyahoga County. It's not Portage. It is not coming to me right now, but it will. I think it's a P or else it's a C. Maybe Marty will know. But it's a thing, like pierogies, OMG, schnitzel, everything. So it was a lot of fun to spend my early 20s in Cleveland. I went up there to be with a boy. Womp womp. Didn't work out. Had to come back home. But people from Cleveland are also just like solid people. Just trying to think what's next. Reading the comments as well. Maybe I'll pull up the docket for you guys to see. I'm a dude. She's dude. You're dude. We're all dudes. Hey. I really do crack myself up. You know who was here the other day who gave me some really great ideas was Maybe. And she suggested that I do a game night. And she also mentioned the one word in my life that has way more meaning than you would believe, which is bingo. She said that I could do bingo live with my viewers. And when she told me this, oh my God. I love bingo. So I would really like to look into that a little bit further. Yesterday, I left the house yesterday around 3:00, but I spent the time from waking up until 3 working on different ideas. and stuff regarding membership for the channel, because that's something I've had to set up or had to start thinking about. And my husband was like, that just, I wouldn't do that. That seems like it's going to be a pain. And I was like, oh, Frank, he doesn't understand YouTube. So I kind of had to, share with him that this is something that channels do to help grow and build themselves up, and it's fun. So I am creating memberships, and now that I say it out loud, I think that would be a good use of my time to do that while we're on this break, lunch break. So lunch goes until 1 p.m. Eastern. It is 11:07 Eastern. I am going to put up the words game instead of going through the docket, but I will check through comments. If anyone wants to comment a request to see something, I can always come back early. So don't be shy. Just let me know. That's what I was going to do. The words with friends or whatever. It's not words with friends, but you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm searching. Here it is. Words on stream. Okay, dokie. Now we are grooving. I'll see you guys at 1. And if you don't know how to play this game, you can type in the chat, or you can scan the QR code and play on your phone so that I guess your guesses aren't shown. But I'm just going to have it replay on loop. So I'll see you guys in less than 2 hours. Hold on, guys. We're having some technical issues. Okay. All right. Okay, hello. Sorry to have stopped the game. Oh. You know, at least once a stream, I am a free agent to do something incredibly dumb. One moment. I need to. Oh, that's why it's not working. Right. Mic set up. Camera action, I guess. So what'd you guys have for lunch? I had a Cobb salad. Wow, Cobb salad. Let me remove this comment. And I talked to my mother. And I snuggled with my puppies. Let me find the trial coverage. Perfect. We're getting places. We're doing things. Pardon me. Okay, stop sharing. Let's try this one more time. Share screen. Come on. All right, hooray. So that's there for when trial starts. If you are watching, hello, welcome. I hope you are having a great day. It would be lovely if you could please make sure to like this stream. If you're watching on X, just go ahead and hit that like button. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. It costs you nothing. Same thing if you want to subscribe to my channel. I would ask that you please do that. It's free. And I'm covering this trial every day. What else am I missing? Just liking the stream helps the algorithm so much. Helps make sure that we get this feed in front of other people. And
Swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Have a seat, pull yourself up close to the microphone.
How to prevent situations like this moving forward.
Big inquiry.
I think that is
Good
the best
afternoon.
case scenario
Could you please begin by stating your
in
first
terms
and last
of
name and spelling it for the record?
My
live
first name is
streaming
Kyle.
this.
Last name is Douglas.
And
Douglass.
for me, it was
Where are you
a little bit
currently
of
employed and in what capacity?
a want.
I
to
am employed by the Ohio Bureau of Criminal
for,
Investigation.
And
the
what is your
officer
position with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation?
and
I'm a special agent.
And are
to
you assigned to a
encourage
specific
people
unit or division?
Yes, I am. I'm currently
to
assigned to
know what's
the
going on in
Force
their
Investigations
communities.
Unit. I was previously assigned to the
Because
Special Investigations
this
Unit.
happened right
And
across the
how long
street
have
from
you
where
been
I
a special
was,
agent with the BCI force?
and
Less than a year. That would have happened
it-
earlier this year.
Was that unit
it-
actually newly created?
you just
It was.
know what's going
Could you
on.
explain a little bit
Know
about
what's
that?
going on. Know your neighbors. Know
Essentially,
your
the Force
officers,
Investigations
be
Unit was
respectful.
created to
And
solely
if-
investigate
if
officer-involved critical
You're
incidents.
dealing with a cop
Prior to
who's
the
a total
creation of the Force
jerk.
Investigations Unit, the
Talk to your
Special
superiors
Investigations Unit
because
was
they shouldn't.
investigating
Like,
officer-involved critical
if they're
incidents
not, if
as
they're
well as
not making you feel safe
other
in your
types of
communities,
investigations.
then
And did you start with the
I
force unit
would
as soon as
take that
unit
up
was
with
developed?
I
supervisors
did.
because we need
Were you employed with BCI
feel
prior to being
safe
in the force
and
unit?
I was, yes.
And where were you there?
be able
then?
to
I was
respect our
assigned to the
police
Special
officers, right?
Investigations Unit.
I
And how long,
see that I
how
live
long did you spend in
a
the
wonderful
special
place
investigations
where
unit with
I
BCI?
That
do.
would have been since I was hired by BCI, so from August of
I
2022 until I think
don't have to worry
the
about
Force Investigations Unit
crazy
went into
wild
effect
corruption
January,
like I
February of this
hear
year.
in
So how long total have you
Massachusetts,
been a special agent with BCI?
but
A
I'm
little over 3
concerned
years.
about
And do you have any prior
policing
experience
as a
in law
whole
enforcement or investigations prior to
based
that?
off of what we're
Prior
seeing
to working at
today,
BCI, I
this
was
week
in
and
an
next week.
investigative capacity of another
So
position
at
within
any
the
point,
Attorney
you
General's
are
office
welcome
with
to
the
comment.
healthcare fraud
I would
unit
love to
where
hear from you.
primarily conducted financial crimes.
You are
And how long did
free
you hold that
to show
I
your
was
support,
there
like I said,
from
by sharing,
February of
liking
2011
on whichever
until I
platforms you
transitioned to
share
BCI
to.
in
Please
August
feel
of
free.
2022.
If you
So
want to
is
make
your
a
career in
monetary
law enforcement
donation, that
roughly
is
14 or so years?
fantastic. I will
Investigations,
be
yes.
using that
Yes.
money for
And Special
my
Agent Douglas, could you
headphones
describe
that
a
I
little
need
bit
to
about
buy
what the
because
Bureau
these
of
are
Criminal
killing my
Investigation
ears,
is?
as well as some
The
medical.
Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation is a
Now we are back
state-level
to
investigative body that
court.
falls
I
under the Ohio Attorney
on
General's
screen.
office. We conduct a variety of criminal investigations
why
at the
is it
state
blocking?
level and are divided into various units that specialize in. I am employed by the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
And what is your position with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation?
I'm a special agent.
And are you assigned to a specific unit or division?
Yes, I am. I'm currently assigned to the Force Investigations Unit. I was previously assigned to the Special Investigations Unit.
And how long have you been a special agent with the BCI force unit?
Less than a year. That would have happened earlier this year.
And was that unit actually newly created?
It was.
Could you explain a little bit about that?
Essentially, the Force Investigations Unit was created to solely investigate officer-involved critical incidents. Prior to the creation of the Force Investigations Unit, the Special Investigations Unit was investigating officer-involved critical incidents as well as other types of investigations.
And did you start with the force unit as soon as that unit was developed?
I did.
And were you employed with BCI prior to being in the force unit?
I was, yes.
And where were you there then?
I was assigned to the Special Investigations Unit.
And how long did you spend in the Special Investigations Unit with BCI?
That would have been since I was hired by BCI, so from August of 2022 until I think the Force Investigations Unit went into effect January or February of this year.
So how long total have you been a special agent with BCI?
A little over 3 years.
And do you have any prior experience in law enforcement or investigations prior to that?
Prior to working at BCI, I was in an investigative capacity of another position within the Attorney General's office with the healthcare fraud unit where it primarily conducted financial crimes.
And how long did you hold that position?
I was there from February of 2011 until I transitioned to BCI in August of 2022.
So is your career in law enforcement roughly 14 or so years?
Investigations, yes.
Investigations.
Yes.
And Special Agent Douglas, could you describe a little bit about what the Bureau of Criminal Investigations is?
The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation is a state-level investigative body that falls under the Ohio Attorney General's office. We conduct a variety of criminal investigations at the state level and are divided into various units that specialize in different things.
And when is it common that Attorney General's Office, BCI, will come in and take over an investigation from a local police agency?
When we are requested by that local agency.
And what are the type of scenarios that usually lead to that request?
Well, either, as in this case, an officer-involved critical incident, but we can be requested to conduct other various types of investigations, whether it be some type of violent crime or a homicide to public corruption or financial crimes. It's kind of a little bit of everything.
Is it common that BCI will come in as the lead investigative agency for officer-involved shooting incidents?
Yes, that's correct.
And Special Agent Douglas, were you assigned as lead investigator in the shooting death of Takaya Young on August 24th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
At that time, how many officer-involved incidents had you been lead investigator on?
Prior to that incident, I had been assigned as the leading investigator for 4 officer-involved critical incidents.
And on August 24th, 2023, how did you first become notified or involved in that incident?
I was notified by my supervisor at the time.
And where were you when you were notified by your supervisor?
I was at home.
And who is your supervisor, or who was your supervisor at that time?
At the time, it would have been Special Agent Supervisor James Mulford.
And did you go straight to the scene from your home?
I did, yes.
And what information did you have at that time as you were responding to the scene from your home?
Not a lot. I was notified that Blendon Township Police Department was involved in a critical incident at the Kroger parking lot on Sunbury Road. I was told there was a vehicle involved and a female involved, and that's pretty much all I knew prior to arriving to the scene.
And approximately how long would you say it took you to respond to the scene from your home?
I would say probably 30, 40 minutes.
And approximately what time do you think you arrived at 5991 Sunbury Road on August 24th, 2023?
I can't recall the exact time, but I believe it would have been sometime in the 7:00 p.m. hour.
And upon first responding there, what happens first? Who did you first make contact with?
The first contact we will make when we arrive at a scene will be with the local agency, which would have, in this case, would have been Blendon Township Police.
At the time that you first got there, who was in control of the scene?
Blendon Township Police was.
And when you first got there, were other BCI people on scene already?
I can't recall exactly who was there before me, but several of us responded and we arrived at various times.
And do you recall when you first got to the scene, you said you made contact with somebody from Blendon Township Police
I did,
Department?
yes.
Do you recall who you first spoke with upon arrival?
I can't recall. It might have been the chief. It also might have been one of the lieutenants. I can't recall for sure.
And at that time, did you obtain additional information about what had occurred?
Yes,
Was the defendant, Connor Grubb, still on scene at the time you arrived there?
he was not.
And was Takaya Young still on scene?
She was not.
Are you aware, had she been pronounced deceased by the time you had arrived? I
do not believe before I arrived she had yet been pronounced deceased. I believe we received that information after I had arrived.
And had Takaya Young's identity been determined at the time you arrived?
At the time that I arrived, no.
And do you know when or how that happened?
That would have been done by either in conjunction with the coroner's office or our crime scene unit in determining identification.
Do you know how people at the scene that night learned the identity of the decedent?
I believe I was part of the conversation where we were trying to confirm who she was. As far as exactly how that conversation went, I don't recall.
Did family members of Takaya Young show up to the scene that night?
Yes, they did.
And how were they notified that Takaya was pronounced deceased?
There was a conversation with family members who had come on scene, and I believe that through information we received from the family members, we were able to confirm that it was Takaya Young.
And what law enforcement agencies were present when you got there?
There were several. Besides us in Blendon Township, I believe there was a response from Westerville Police, Mifflin Township, Columbus Police, and Minerva Park, I believe, and the Franklin County Sheriff's Office as well.
And other than you, who else from BCI was there?
It was myself, my supervisor at the time, Jim Mulford, and I believe there were 3 other agents that were involved in our duties the night of the incident, and there, as well as two agents from our crime scene unit responded as well.
And when you arrived, did you do a walkthrough of the scene?
We would have received information from Blendon Township as far as when we describe a scene walkthrough, it's where the important events of the incident occurred and where evidence might be located, things of that nature.
So did you receive that type of information soon after arrival?
We did, yes.
And after you made contact with Blendon Township, what did you begin doing at the scene?
So as lead investigator, the night of the incident, my primary responsibility was to kind of coordinate as far as assignments go. Other agents, give them responsibilities, information to gather, because we are a collector of facts. That's our primary function. So I would have coordinated assignments for other agents whether it be to conduct interviews, to canvass for possible video evidence, things of that nature. Myself, I recall receiving information from other officers who were on scene as far as potential witnesses. So my primary responsibility the night of was compiling potential witnesses, identifying them, and determining whether or not they had already been spoken to, needed to be spoken to, whether or not they were still on scene, or if they had been spoken to, if they needed to be followed up with at a later date.
Now that first night on scene, did you personally interview any witnesses?
The night of, I did not.
And were interviewing witnesses, was that one of the assignments you were delegating to other officers?
That's correct, yes.
Were some of the witnesses still present on scene?
Yes, they were.
And were you receiving information from other investigators who were interviewing these witnesses?
I was, yes.
And what type of information were you getting from them?
Just establishing who had been spoken to, general information about what witnesses had stated or said they had seen. I tasked somebody with making contact with the staff at the Kroger to work on getting video surveillance footage.
And was the scene contained, or had a perimeter been set up by the time you had gotten there?
Yes, it had.
And when you got there, were you made aware of where exactly the incident transpired?
Yes, we were.
So were you able to personally observe the scene?
I was, yes.
And what did you observe?
I observed, we got there, I saw a general area of where the incident had occurred. We were notified which parking lot Miss Young's vehicle was initially parked in, and we were explained the path of travel of the vehicle. And when I was there on scene, I observed that the vehicle was still in its final resting place when it came in contact with the wall underneath the awning of the Kroger building.
Did you observe any blood inside or outside of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Where did you observe any?
I recall there was blood on the vehicle seat. I also recall seeing blood on the ground near the vehicle in the sidewalk or parking lot area.
And did you go inside of the vehicle?
I did not.
Were you able to see the interior of the vehicle?
I was, yes.
Did you observe anything in the interior of the vehicle?
Yeah, there were various items inside the vehicle.
And did you observe any damage to the vehicle?
I did.
What type of damage did you observe?
It was hard to see the front of the vehicle because of its position, but there was obvious damage to the front of the vehicle. There was also, it was obvious that the front driver's window had been broken, smashed, and there was an apparent bullet hole, a single bullet hole in the vehicle windshield.
Where on the front of the vehicle did you observe damage?
It was on the front. I couldn't say specifically where on the front of the vehicle. And some of that I did not see until after the vehicle had been moved in order for it to be finishing processed by the crime scene agent.
Did you see any damage on the front driver's side of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
And do you recall seeing any items outside of the vehicle on the ground?
Yes, I do.
What did you see?
I saw a cloth tote bag, which I believe had blood on it. And while it was processed, it was determined that there were liquor bottles inside of that tote bag.
And where was that located when you arrived at the scene?
It was on the ground, not far from the vehicle.
And did you state that the vehicle was still in the spot where it came to rest after hitting the wall when you first got there?
Yes, it was.
Was it removed from that spot while you were still there?
It was eventually removed from that spot in order for the crime scene agent to finish processing the vehicle, because based on where it was, there were parts and sides of the vehicle that he wasn't able to access based on its position. So in order to finish processing it, it had to be moved.
Where did they first move the vehicle just to complete processing?
They initially just moved it away from the wall, just out in the parking lot, so the crime scene unit could get all the way around the vehicle to photograph and process.
And was the vehicle ultimately towed from the scene?
It was.
Were you still present there when the vehicle was towed?
I was there when the vehicle left the scene, yes.
And where was the vehicle removed to?
I believe it was taken by the sheriff's office. I don't know specifically where it went.
And do you know where the vehicle came to be stored?
I know it eventually went to the Blendon Township Police Department.
And Special Agent Douglas, did you ever go inside of the Kroger store that first night?
I did not.
Did you obtain surveillance video from the store?
We did. I did not personally, but another agent in my unit did, yes.
And did that agent obtain the video that first night?
Yes,
Do you know, did you end up reviewing that Kroger video that night?
I did.
And Special Agent Douglas, were you yourself actually collecting or processing any evidence at the scene?
Not at the scene, no.
Were there other people from BCI to do that?
Yes, that would have been our crime scene unit.
And so does BCI have a whole separate unit for the people who collect and process evidence?
Yes, they do. Yes, that would be the crime scene unit.
And what were they doing on scene?
So they would have been responsible for collecting evidence related to the incident. They would have photographed various parts of the scene, the vehicle. They would have collected, they also are responsible for processing the involved officers, photographing them, and collecting weapons which had allegedly been discharged during the incident.
And what BCI special agents from your evidence unit were present at 599 Sunbury Road that night?
It was Special Agent Matthew Austin and Special Agent Cassandra Tackett.
And when you were on scene, did you observe a spent casing?
I did. We were notified where the casing was when it was found in the parking lot. I believe it had been marked with a cone, a traffic cone.
Had that been located prior to your arrival?
I believe so, yes.
Was it still in the place where it was found when you got there?
To my knowledge, yes.
And was that pointed out to you?
It was, yes.
And did you state that had been marked with a placard or a cone?
It was. The crime scene unit would have, it was marked with with a cone prior to our arrival, the crime scene unit would have gave it a placard when they processed that piece of evidence.
And do you recall roughly where that casing was located when it was pointed out to you?
It was in the parking lot, somewhere between the front of the store and where Miss Young's vehicle had been originally parked.
And did an evidence technician from BCI end up collecting it that night?
Yes.
And how long do you think you remained on the scene on August 24th?
I believe, I don't know exactly what time we cleared the scene, but it would have been sometime in the early morning. I believe it was around 4 or 5 in the morning by the time we were done.
And in the days immediately following, what were your first steps in the investigation?
So in the days following the incident, as lead investigator, my responsibilities would include requesting records from Blendon Township Police Department, as well as collecting, making sure video evidence got collected. We requested body-worn camera video from Blendon Township for Officer Grubb and for Sergeant Moynihan. And we also followed up with other police officers who responded to the scene but were not there when the shooting happened. We followed up with them, obtained video from them and statements from them as well. I continue to work on establishing potential witnesses of the shooting incident who had not been spoken to the night of the incident. Other administrative duties would have been collecting training records for Officer Grubb, firearms qualification records as part of that request. I'm sure there were others I'm not mentioning.
And from where did you request training materials for the defendant?
That would have been through the Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy, or OPATA.
And what did you receive from OPATA?
We received a record of his status as a peace officer, as well as a curriculum of courses he would have taken while he was in training.
And did you actually receive from OPATA the materials on the various trainings that he would have been through?
We did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Special Agent Douglas, I'm handing you what have been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 68 through 61. Through 71.
Do you, are you able to recognize those items?
Yes, I am.
And what are they?
These would have been curriculum we received from OPATA. And these are divided into units and specific topics of the curriculum Officer Grubb would have gone through while he was in the training academy.
And what are the topics of the various exhibits?
Exhibit 68 is titled Handgun, Unit 4, Topic 1. Exhibit 69 is titled Patrol Aspects and Overview, Unit 8, Topic 1. Exhibit 70 is Building Searches, Unit 8, Topic 4. And Exhibit 71 is Stops and Approaches, Unit 8, Topic 5.
And do those actually contain the materials of the courses that the defendant would have gone through?
Yes, yes.
And are those fair and accurate copies of the training materials that you obtained from OPATA?
Yes, they are.
So Special Agent Douglas, in the days following the day of the incident, did you state that you had requested and received the body-worn camera from the involved Blendon Township officers?
Yes, we did.
And did you follow up with officers who had responded to the scene in the immediate aftermath of the incident?
Yes, we did.
And did you have them complete a statement? Did you have them do written or verbal statements?
I believe it might have been a mix of both. I believe most of them would have been given us verbal statements, the officers who arrived after the incident had concluded.
And did you also collect those officers' body-worn cameras?
We did, yes.
And the officers that you spoke with who had responded in the immediate aftermath, how did you reach out to or make contact with those officers?
That would have been done through maybe contact that they had made with other agents while they were still on scene. We would have gone through them directly. And those contacts they usually provided their contact information to us.
So the very first night, have you kind of compiled a list of the various officers who had responded to the scene?
Yes.
And then in interviewing them in the days that followed, did you make direct contact with them?
I did not personally, but other BCI agents did, yes.
The BCI agents who were conducting the interviews? did?
Yes.
And Special Agent Douglas, did you, in the course of your investigation, did you speak or conduct an interview with Sergeant Eric Moynihan?
Yes, we did.
When did you speak with Sergeant Moynihan?
I believe the date was October 11th of 2023.
And where was that interview conducted?
It was conducted at the Blendon Township Police Station.
And who all was present for that interview?
It was myself, Special Agent Supervisor Jim Mulford, Sergeant Moynihan, and his attorney from the FOP.
And was that interview written, or was there a written statement, or was it just a verbal interview?
That was a verbal interview.
And was that recorded?
It was audio recorded, yes. Yes.
And Special Agent Douglas, why, given that the event was August 24th, why did you not, or were you not able to interview Sergeant Moynihan until October 11th?
It's common practice for BCI to coordinate interviews with involved officers and direct witness officers to a critical incident. It's common practice for us to coordinate those interviews through the Fraternal Order of Police.
And by that, do you mean not officers who responded in the aftermath, but who were present for the incident itself?
That's correct, yes.
And could you just, what is the FOP?
The FOP is the Fraternal Order of Police, which is a union organization which represents law enforcement officers in the state of Ohio.
And also, in the course of your investigation, did you obtain a written statement from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
How was that statement received by you?
It was received via email.
And when did you receive that statement?
I believe the date was October 24th, 2023. We received his written statement.
Your Honor, may I approach?
It's fine. You may.
I'm handing you what has been marked for identification purposes.
The judge always acts so surprised when lawyers ask if they can approach the witness. Like,
To identify
oh.
State's Exhibit
oh,
66.
okay.
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
This is the written statement that we received from Officer Grubb.
And is that a fair and accurate and complete copy of the original statement that you had received from defendant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I publish?
We can get it up. You may.
And Special Agent Douglas, does the first page and a half or so kind of go through background information about defendant's employment history and uniform he was wearing that day?
Yes, sir.
And does information about the incident itself start on the second page of the statement?
Yes, it does.
We'll jump ahead. Could you please read the statement beginning on
beginning with the first full paragraph here on page 2.
Yes. Immediately before this incident, I was in the Kroger parking lot, which is located in a shopping plaza at 5991 Sunbury Road. I was assisting a civilian who had locked her keys in her car. The locked car was parked right next to, east of, the handicap space and was parked facing south. I had been attempting to get the car unlocked for probably 4 to 5 minutes when Sergeant Moynihan pulled up. He had also been in the parking lot taking a report on a hit-skip accident. Sergeant Moynihan offered to assist in trying to get the civilian's vehicle unlocked. While I was attempting to get the front driver's side door unlocked, Sergeant Moynihan attempted to put his hand down the rear passenger's side window because the window was opened a few inches. I was in the process of inflating the air wedge to try and open the door when I saw Sergeant Moynihan walk south. A second or two later, I heard Sergeant Moynihan say, "Out of the car," or "Get out of the car." I saw him standing at the driver's side of a black sedan that was backed into a handicapped parking spot that was south and west diagonal of the car I was attempting to unlock. He was hitting the driver's side window while telling the driver to get out of the car. I walked over to assist Sergeant Moynihan, and I heard him telling the suspect that they said she stole something and to get out of the car. She was not complying. There was a car parked to the east of the black sedan. I walked between the cars and behind Sergeant Moynihan. Since he was already positioned on the driver's side, I took a position at the front of the stationary black sedan. On the west side of the black sedan, there were several shopping carts and a white female was standing there. There was a black female in the driver's seat who Sergeant Moynihan was continuing to order out of the car, but she was refusing. She was saying something to Sergeant Moynihan, but I could not hear exactly what she was saying. However, based on her refusal to exit the vehicle and the inflection in her voice, I believe she was arguing with him. After Sergeant Moynihan told her multiple times to get out of the car, I drew my weapon and ordered her to get out of the car. She did not, and I again told her to get out of the car. Instead of complying, she accelerated the car towards me. I tried to move to my right, east, to avoid being struck, but the front bumper of the car hit my legs/shins.
Hold on now, sir. Councilman approach.
Defense is pissed about something. I don't know what this witness is proving or disproving.
Sorry, Special Agent.
That's okay, Judge.
You can continue reading.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good. When it hit me, I leaned forward and placed my left hand on the hood of the car to brace myself in an effort to not fall to the ground and be run over. Suddenly, my feet were completely off the ground and my waist was on the hood of the car and my body was being carried by the car as she continued accelerating. It was at that moment I fired one round through the windshield. I immediately noticed the car was turning to the right, west, and seemed to slow down. I slid off the driver's side front corner of the car and got my feet back onto the ground. The car continued west towards the Kroger. It veered south along the Kroger and then up onto the sidewalk perimeter of the shopping plaza. The car was not moving very fast, and I ran up to the driver's side while airing shots fired. As soon as I reached the car, I tried to open the driver's side door, but it was locked. The car kept moving until it hit the exterior brick wall of Kroger and stopped. Sergeant Moynihan attempted to break the driver's side window but was unsuccessful. I struck the window with the end of my flashlight and I unlocked the driver's side door. I opened the door and the suspect did not appear to be moving. I could not reach her because there was a pillar next to the open door. I walked around the pillar and tried to get her out of the car. However, her foot was still on the gas pedal. As I attempted to get her out, the car started moving forward again and I fell to the ground. The car kept moving south and the suspect fell out of the car onto the sidewalk. Sergeant Moynihan and I secured the suspect and I aired to make sure medics were being dispatched. I saw the suspect was bleeding and I ran to my cruiser to retrieve my trauma bag. I placed a seal on the bullet entrance wound, which was in her chest. Sergeant Moynihan and I rolled her over to check for an exit wound, but could not find one. A male approached us and stated he was an ER doctor. We told him we were trying to get her stable and that we had placed a chest seal, and Sergeant Moynihan held pressure on the wound. Additional officers arrived and began securing the scene. Officer support arrived, and I returned to the Blendon Township Police Department. I waited there until BCI agents collected my weapon and photographed me. This ended my involvement in this incident. I initially drew my weapon to provide lethal cover as the suspect was not complying with Sergeant Moynihan's repeated orders, and I did not know if she had access to any weapons in the vehicle. I fired one round at the suspect. I believe I was approximately 5 to 8 feet from the suspect at the time I fired my weapon. I fired from a position on the hood of the suspect's car, specifically with my waist and left hand on the hood of the suspect's car and my feet off the ground while the vehicle was moving. I fired with a right strong hand grip, and I do not believe I used my sights. The direction of my shot was north at a slightly downward angle because I was on the hood of the car. My backdrop was the interior of the suspect's car. My target was the suspect's center mass. I only fired one shot because I was no longer on the hood of the car. At the time I fired my weapon, I was in fear for my life as the suspect had just struck me with her vehicle. My feet were no longer on the ground, and the top half of my body was on the hood of her car. Immediately before I fired, the suspect had ignored repeated commands to get out of the car and instead of complying, accelerated her vehicle directly at me and struck me. I do not believe I had any other reasonable alternative to protect my life from the suspect's actions. Once I realized the car was accelerating, I tried to get out of the way, but the suspect's vehicle struck my legs/shin and lifted my feet off the ground, and the suspect was trying to flee with me being carried on the hood of her car. I did have a taser, but a taser would not have been effective because it would not have penetrated the windshield. I fired my weapon because I believed that I was going to be seriously injured or killed by being thrown from the vehicle and or run over. I have now had an opportunity to review the body-worn camera footage of this incident. On the footage, I am able to hear what she was saying to Sergeant Moynihan, but during the incident, I knew she was saying something to him, but did not know exactly what she was saying. I also know now that the white female I saw standing on the passenger side of the suspect's car was the clerk who alerted Sergeant Moynihan to the theft. On the footage, it also appears that the suspect's tires squealed just before she struck me, but I do not specifically recall if I heard this during the incident. I now know the suspect's name is Takaya Young. I did not recognize her, and I do not believe I have ever had any prior encounters, professional or personal, with her. This concludes my statement.
And was that a fair and accurate?
Copy of the statement that was originally provided to you by defendant?
Yes, it is.
And Special Agent Douglas, after receiving that initial statement, did you pose a couple several follow-up questions to defendant?
I did, yes.
And how did you submit those?
I submitted those via email to his attorney.
And did you receive responses from those follow-up questions?
Yes, I did.
How did you receive responses?
Those were also received via email.
And what date did you receive the answers to your follow-up questions?
I believe that was December 4th of 2023.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I am handing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 67.
Are you able to identify that item?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a copy of the email that I received with answers to the follow-up questions we asked Officer Grubb.
And how many questions did you pose?
3.
Three. And can you please read your questions and the follow-up answers?
Yeah. Number 1, was Young being detained or under arrest? Was she free to leave? And the
No.
answer was, Young was not free to leave as she was being detained pursuant to the theft allegations from the Kroger employee. As a result of her continued refusal to comply with orders to exit her vehicle, the detention turned into an arrest. Question number 2 was Young's vehicle running before you moved in front of it? And the answer was, when I initially stepped in front of the vehicle, I knew the vehicle was stationary and I believed the vehicle to be parked. I do not recall if the vehicle was running when I stepped in front of it. And then the third question was, what was your purpose or reason for standing in front of the vehicle? And the answer was, I positioned myself in front of the vehicle for 3 reasons. First, to convey to Young that she was in fact being detained and not free to leave the scene. Second, to provide cover to Sergeant Moynihan as he was positioned on the driver's side of the vehicle and Young was in the driver's seat. I did not know if she had access to a weapon inside the vehicle, and if she did, I would need to provide lethal cover to Sergeant Moynihan. Third, with Sergeant Moynihan on the driver's side and the female on the passenger side, as well as other civilians in the busy parking lot, the front of the vehicle was the best position from a tactical standpoint to avoid crossfire.
Was that a fair and accurate copy of the answers you received from defendant as to your follow-up questions?
Yes, sir.
And Special Agent Douglas, the scene where this incident occurred on August 24th, 2023, 5991 South Sunbury Road, is that location in London Township, Franklin County, Ohio?
Yes.
And Special Agent Douglas, during the original statement you received from defendant or in his answers to the follow-up questions, does the defendant ever state that he shot and killed Takaya Young?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading speculation, I mean,
Councilman approach? Just you guys.
Hmm. This judge really likes to consult. I don't know. It's usually a yes or no.
Special Agent Douglas, in defendant's original statement or his answers to your follow-up questions, does he ever state that he had shot and killed Takaya Young out of fear that Sergeant Moynihan was under a threat of serious harm or death?
I don't believe so.
And does he ever state that he shot and killed Takaya Young out of a fear that anyone else in the parking lot was under threat of serious harm or death?
In his statement, I don't think so.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
You may.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Okay. The prosecutor leads.
Good afternoon, Special Agent Douglas.
Good afternoon, sir.
We met before, we know each other.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you being here. Please call me Mark, don't call me sir, okay?
I'll do my best.
I want to pick up where the prosecutor left off, okay? You still have my client's statement up there?
Okay.
If you'd be so kind and read page 1 to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. May I have the Elmo, please?
Page 1 of his, Officer Grubb's original statement.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't believe the prosecutor had read that, correct? Had you read that?
Statement of Officer,
I'm sorry.
You gotta focus in. Oh, that might have been Lacey.
No, it's supposed to be auto-focusing. You can see it right here.
Why did it freeze?
Oh no, I was looking at the wrong thing. Sorry.
Let me try clearing.
And while they're doing that, sir, I may.
Oy vey.
Times and then reading. I apologize. So it goes quicker.
There we go.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cook.
ready? Sure. Statement of Officer Connor Grubb, badge number 292. This statement is regarding my involvement in an incident that occurred on Thursday, August 24th, 2023, between approximately 6:20 PM and 6:45 PM in Blendon Township, Franklin County, Ohio. I am voluntarily providing this statement.
May I interrupt you there, Special Agent?
Yes, sir.
The word voluntary is there, so that means it's not required to give you any statement whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
And voluntary means he's doing that of his own free will.
Yep.
And there's no requirement, and you can't.
That was a good objection or
That's correct.
comment.
Thank you. If you could, we continue, please.
I am voluntarily providing this statement as part of the investigation being conducted by the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, BCI, into this matter. My date of hire as a full-time police officer with the Blendon Township Police Department is February 21st, 2019. Prior to that, I had been a part-time officer with Blendon Township PD since January 2019. My regular assignment is patrol second shift. My regular duty hours are 3 PM until 11 PM. My regular days off are Friday and Saturday. I earned my Ohio Peace Officer Training certification from the Delaware Area Career Center in November 2018. I do not have any law enforcement experience prior to joining Blendon Township PD. I do not have any uses of force that have been found outside of policy. I served in the United States Marine Corps from 2013 to 2017. I attained the rank of Sergeant E5. I received an honorable discharge. On the date of this incident, I was wearing my standard Blendon Township PD uniform consisting of a black short sleeve shirt with Blendon Township police patches on both shoulders and olive green BDU or battle dress uniform pants. I was also wearing an external carrier that said police on the front and my badge was attached to it.
Yeah.
I had my body-worn camera, BWC, mounted on the outside of my vest carrier, and it was activated during this incident. I was carrying my township-issued Glock 17 9mm service weapon, which was loaded with township-issued ammunition. I am current in my range qualifications with this weapon. I was not carrying a backup firearm. I was not working with a partner. I was in Cruiser 9.
And if you'll just be so kind as to read the top paragraph, because I believe that's the only thing the prosecutor didn't have you read.
I do not wear glasses or contacts, and my uncorrected vision is good. I do not wear hearing aids, and my hearing is good. I do not suffer from any disabilities. I was not taking any medication, prescription, or over-the-counter that could impact the performance of my duties. I had not consumed any alcohol in the 24 hours before this incident. I had not worked any special duty or overtime in the 24 hours prior to this incident. I arrived at the start of my shift well rested.
Thank you very much, Special Agent Douglas. And would you like me to call you Special Agent or Agent Douglas? What do you prefer?
Whatever you prefer.
Thank you for that. So I want to talk to you again. The prosecutor talked about some timing issues. We have worked on other cases together, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were aware at the time after this that I was involved in another type of critical incident, correct?
That's correct.
And perhaps that was the reason for some of the delays in getting you a statement and things like that, correct?
Yes,
As we were in trial.
that's correct.
Now, I want to talk to you in general about this team, and you said a phrase, and I want to make sure I have it right. You are the collector of facts.
That's right. Yes.
So this elite team was started at the Attorney General's office at BCI because you guys investigate use of force all over the state, correct?
That's correct.
And you could be called to Toledo, you could be called to Cleveland, you could be called to Cincinnati, Columbus, and everywhere, right?
Yes.
So this team that's assembled, it's a specially designed unit to specifically respond to officer-involved critical incidents, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And all the people on your team, with the exception of the crime scene search people, they're trained in use of force concepts, correct?
I can't say for certain. I will say that other agents that responded to the scene that participated in the initial investigation and some of the supplemental investigation were not assigned to SIU or what is now FIU.
But as you as the leader of that team, you've been trained in that. And where I'm getting at, Special Agent Douglas, is this isn't a homicide unit, right?
No, the FIU, no, it is not.
This isn't a drug thing or anything like that. This is an elite group that responds to officer-involved critical incidents, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And because of that, you as lead officer and other people who are on the team, you guys are trained in Fourth Amendment aspects, correct? Of uses of force.
Trained in,
You're aware of Graham v. Connor.
yes,
You're aware of the three items that you're supposed to look at when assessing an officer-involved critical incident, correct? Versus Graham v. Connor.
I can't say with certainty that every agent receives that training.
I'm not asking if every agent did. I'm asking if you did in order to be on this team, to be a lead special agent on this team.
We receive training to conduct these incidents. That's a mix of formal training and on-the-job training.
Absolutely. But a normal homicide detective would not be trained in Graham v. Connor factors, right?
I would assume no.
And you guys came up with a best practices manual, so to speak, that governs the way you guys approach an investigation, right?
As far as a manual goes, I know of the concepts in the manual which you are referring to, yes.
Correct. So this is best practices for investigating an officer-involved critical incident. That's prepared, and this was 2021, but that governs what you guys are supposed to do, correct? The way you approach these cases.
I know that there are concepts within that manual which are used as guidance for us to conduct our investigations.
Very well said, much better than I did. Thank you. And the overriding goal is one of transparency, correct?
Yes,
You want to collect all the facts. You're not putting your fingers on a scale one way or another. You're just collecting the facts, collecting the evidence, and conveying that to the powers that be, whoever potentially is going to review the whole entire case file.
that's correct, yes.
But your goal is to put factual information in your reports and in your summaries, correct?
Yes,
Your goal is not to taint the summary one way or another, right?
correct.
Okay. Your goal is complete transparency, because in these types of cases, they're complex, they're emotional, and everybody's looking at them, right?
Right.
Everybody outside of law enforcement and prosecution defense. And you want to make sure that you do an entirely thorough job so that there are no questions regarding your point of view.
Our job is to collect the facts and conduct an thorough investigation in order to give a better understanding of what happened during the incident.
Absolutely. And part of the training in there is that the officer must be judged on the circumstances at the time of the incident, correct?
Yes,
What he or she knew and what he or she perceived, right?
that's my understanding, yes.
And tell me if these sound familiar. Because it's a Fourth Amendment seizure issue and the Graham factors, you have to take into consideration the severity of the crime at issue, right?
We don't have to take that into consideration. That's for other authorities to determine.
It's a poor word. You have to investigate the severity of the crime at issue and present on that, right?
It's a criminal investigation, yes.
Right. You also have to present on whether or not the suspect was actively resisting or not. You have to investigate that, right?
If that's determined within the evidence that we received, then that would be documented.
You also have to document, based on the evidence that you receive, whether or not the suspect posed an immediate threat to the officer, correct?
As part of the investigation, that's, again, if it's anything that is a fact of the case, which is relevant to the incident, yes, we would want to include that in our investigation.
And when you're gathering that information, it must be judged in light of the facts and circumstances surrounding the officer, what that officer knew at the time.
Yes,
There's no hindsight, there's no after-the-fact type analysis, right? And
not by us.
correct.
Yes,
Gathering that facts.
correct.
So based on your investigation here, everything that you gathered, and all the videos that you reviewed, and all the statements that you have, it was quite clear that the person in the car was not complying and was resisting arrest, correct? To you, based on your reports.
The information that we received from Officer Grubb and Officer Sergeant Moynihan, they stated that she was resisting.
Well, you watched the video of her in the car, correct?
Yes,
You heard the commands and the request to get out of the car, right?
yes, I did.
So you physically observed that she was non-compliant, and that's a sign of resisting arrest, correct?
Yes, you can see in the video that she doesn't get out of the car.
And with regards to, there's an issue in Graham whether or not the individual was evading or trying to flee. It's clear from your investigation and what you reviewed that she was trying to get away, correct?
Based on the information that we gathered, that is what it appeared. That's what appeared to occur.
Correct. Based on the information that you've gathered, there was no license plate on the car, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
There
No,
was no handicap placard in the car, correct?
no.
I don't think so.
And you got the EMS material from inside Kroger, right? You got all the videos from inside
Yep.
Kroger, right?
The Highway Patrol would have done that, but yes,
But then they sent it to you, correct?
that's correct,
And then
yes.
you reviewed that, correct?
We reviewed it. The science behind that kind of report, I'm not familiar with, but
I'm not going into science, don't worry about that. My point is, the buzzers inside of a Kroger, when they go off, she didn't stop them, correct?
in the video that we saw, no.
And there's a second set of sensors that goes off, she doesn't stop them, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a person running out after her, she doesn't stop, correct?
Miss Young didn't stop? No, she went to her
And
car.
then Sergeant Moynihan's telling her to stop, she won't stop, correct? Based on your investigation, what you gathered to be turned over.
Sergeant Moynihan can be seen instructing her to get out of the vehicle.
Now, with regards to the offense at hand, you have to look at it from the entirety, meaning you have to also investigate if there are any offenses that the person driving the vehicle potentially could be charged with, correct? Or probable cause, correct?
We typically wouldn't be involved in that unless we were requested to be. What we do want to know is whatever information put Officer Grubb at the scene at the time of the incident.
Absolutely. And so you were aware that there was, that she had stolen something from Kroger, right? She was trying to flee. That could be a robbery, correct?
That's what was reported to us, yes.
And in fact, you issued a search warrant, right, later on?
My,
To
be,
gather your team.
yes.
And basically, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what a search warrant is and why you use those in these investigations.
A search warrant has to be signed by a judge, and it would contain information giving us probable cause to search whatever, whether it be physical or electronic.
Like electronic, you might be trying to gain records or something like that, right?
Yes.
And so as lead agent on this, do you remember And I think you actually swore this to the judge back on December 5th of 2023, search warrant for purposes of seizing information. And then you put probable cause in there to investigate robbery and felonious assault and theft as it related to Ms. Young, correct?
Yes, that was the charge that we used to write the search warrant.
So when you swore to that, you're swearing that there was probable cause because you're under oath to a judge, and then the judge signs the warrant, and then you go get the stuff.
Based on the information we had, yes.
Absolutely. Okay. And you would agree with me, based on your investigations, that a car can be a deadly weapon, correct?
It can be, yes.
Absolutely, depending on how it's, there's a charge. If a car doesn't have to hit someone to be charged with an attempt felonious assault, correct?
Can you articulate that a little bit more? I'm sorry.
You're familiar with the Howard Advice, correct?
Yeah,
And criminal, you're familiar with the level of felony, right?
yes.
Okay, so a felonious assault is cause or attempt to cause serious physical injury with a deadly weapon, right?
Correct.
So that doesn't mean that you actually have to hit the person in the car or shoot the person has to hit the person with a shot. Just attempting that could be the actual charge, correct?
That is my understanding of it, yes.
So the severity of the crime at issue is both, out of the gram, is both the charge as well as the potential threat towards the officer, right?
Yes, but the theft itself is not part of the investigation of the critical incident.
One, I agree with you 100%. And that's what people get misconstrued sometimes.
Right.
You're investigating the car and the use of force. That's what you're investigating and gathering information on.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about best practices, okay, when you get to the scene in general. Based on this manual and based on your training and experience, it's important to immediately get the officer involved away from the scene, correct?
That's not our responsibility. If the agency determines that's the best practice, then yes, we would not interfere with that.
No, absolutely, but you, in your manual, on page 51, you talk about, yes, it's not your responsibility. I'm sorry if you thought that was my question. My question was, that's a normal standard procedure or best practice at the scene, is you don't want the officer hanging around the scene.
Yes, that's standard, yes.
And that's kind of the best practices. And you've responded, I think you said, to 6 or 7 different critical incidents?
Prior to this incident, I was the lead investigator for 4 prior to this one.
Were you part of a team that responded to other ones?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to observe officers who were involved in the critical incident at the scene? The ones you're involved
in this case or others?
in?
At the scene, they are typically not still at the scene.
And I'm asking, have you ever been to one where they are?
I can't say with certainty.
And in your training manual, it actually talks about that the officers involved in a traumatic event like this can react differently. Some might shut down, correct?
Yes,
Some might be talking nonstop, correct?
correct.
Some might get sick, some might be in a daze, some might be in shock, right?
Yeah.
And that's something that you go into knowing that, hey, I'm not going to interview that person right then, and there's no requirement right then because of that type of situation and the effect it has on the officer, right?
Well, our common practice is to coordinate that process through the FOP.
Absolutely, understood. And let's go to the next step of an investigation for you, and in this case. So you're at the scene, Connor's gone, the other stuff's happening. Your next step is to get as many people potentially identified to be interviewed, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And it's important to get those civilian witnesses or other witnesses interviewed as soon as possible, right?
typically, yes, especially if there's people that are still at the scene, we want to get those statements while they're still there, obviously.
And it's based on the training in your manual that as time goes on, people's memory fades and they may see social media or may be affected by something, right?
Sure.
Okay. And so part of your best practices is you like to tape record, especially as you notice, you guys like to tape record people as well as take notes of each person you interview, right?
Typically, yes.
Okay. And then you write your summaries based on that.
Correct.
And while you're writing the summaries, you're not trying to change or slant or do anything of that nature. It's just factual. Here's what I was told, here's what I've seen, here's what I did, right?
That's correct.
You also try to gather as much video evidence as possible, correct?
Yes,
And in this case, you did that. You've got the body worn cameras as well as the Kroger, two views outside, right?
yes.
And then the views inside, right?
Of the Kroger? Yes.
Okay. And is it common, based on your experience as a Special Agent Douglas and on this elite team, that very rarely does the video match exactly what the person says in their statement, correct?
It depends. That can vary. It can vary depending on the scenario.
Absolutely, but in terms of even for civilian witnesses or the officers involved, you would expect there to be some inconsistencies, right?
There could be, yes.
It doesn't mean that they're lying, right?
Correct.
And the video sees one thing, correct?
Yes,
The mind sees something, correct?
correct.
And when you remember it, you perceive something, you remember what you perceived, correct?
That's fair, yes.
And a video camera can't perceive something, it only records and takes pictures of it.
That's correct, yes.
So that's why it's important, because in Fourth Amendment use of force cases, the first prong is, what did the officer perceive an immediate threat, right?
Correct.
That's something you're investigating.
Yes,
But it's important that an officer perceives something, it may be different than what the video actually shows in slow motion or frame by frame. Right?
yes, it could be, yes,
And you've come across that multiple times.
yes.
And I believe also, based on your training, the manual, if you remember, your best practices manual talks about officer remember things. It's not like a story, but through their sensory gathering, fragments of vision, hearing, touch, taste, and smell. And that can be different than because a video can't give you that, right?
Right.
And so you're looking for that when you're interviewing people and taking statements, correct?
Looking forward, I mean, we're really just, we want to give the officer an opportunity to say what they remember.
And you do the same thing, though, for witnesses at the scene as well.
Yes,
Because some of the witnesses may be affected emotionally by what they saw and what they heard.
correct, yes,
Okay, so it goes both ways.
yes.
Now, when you're gathering evidence, the prosecutor talked about a little bit, chain of custody of evidence is important, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you had talked about the car, and you weren't sure where the car went from the Kroger and where it was housed. Is that what I understand?
I was not involved in the chain of custody for the car, so I can't say with 100% certainty who or where that chain of custody was.
But you would agree with me the chain of custody of the car is important because depending on data that's retrieved from the car, you need to know who's been in the car, who's moved the car, things like that.
Correct, yes,
Now, you were with us last Wednesday out at the jury, right?
yes,
And you observed that the car in Blended Township Police Department where they had it, the seal was broken, right, on the right side passenger door, correct?
I believe that was noted while we were out there, yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
I took a picture, right? You don't know how that occurred, right?
I don't.
Okay, but that goes to the chain of custody and access. So it sounds like we have a gap from the time that it left the Kroger parking lot, it went somewhere, and then subsequently ended up at Blended Township.
Correct.
Okay. Now, your process is you're getting people interviewed, you're gathering the information from all your other agents, special agents, and then you compile everything, and then you have to write some reports, right?
Yes,
He's gonna make me have to put these back on.
Video summaries, investigative summaries, witness statement summaries, right?
yes,
And again, you're the lead, you're the head of this, right? So there's an initial briefing summary that you wrote on August 24th, 2023. Does that sound familiar?
yes,
And you stayed in there and you write, Young attempted to flee and struck the Blended Township Police Department officer with her car, right? You wrote that based on what you gathered and what you reviewed on the video, correct?
that's what was reported to us on the date of the incident.
So did you see that on the video?
I eventually saw what happened in the video, yes. When I wrote that report, I can't say I had seen the video yet.
Is that what you saw?
But eventually, you did in fact see the video, and you would agree that the car struck my client.
That's what it appears to have happened in the video, yes.
And you would agree with me that an action is faster than a reaction, correct?
Yes,
And then you did a body-worn camera review in October 9th of 2023, correct?
correct.
There, this is your observations now, right?
Yes, the bullet points in that report are my observations.
Young accelerates towards Grubb, that's your observation.
Yes.
Screeching tires can be heard, that's yours.
That was what I believe to be screeching tires was heard in the video, yes.
And fires one shot, and his left hand was on the hood, right?
Yes, and that can all be, I'm only documenting things that I can see in the video.
100%. You also see that a child can be seen in the crosswalk with a shopping cart nearby to the car, correct?
Yes,
All right. And then number 8 says Young's vehicle appears to strike Grubb, who has his firearm pointed towards Young in the vehicle. Her vehicle is angled towards the storefront and a child is in the path. You wrote those observations, correct?
yes, based on what I saw in the video.
And you write an investigative report on November 17th, 2023, and that's after the October 9th one. And you say Young begins to turn the wheel and accelerate towards Grubb at a rapid speed. Those were your words, right?
Those were my words, correct.
Moynihan grabbed the top of the driver window, right?
Yes,
Okay. And Grubb left his feet with his body on the hood of the Young's vehicle before coming back to the ground. And then Moynihan bumped into him. Those were your words, right?
yes, those are my
And
words.
Grubb announced shots fired.
Correct.
Now, your investigative report, I want to talk about that right now, okay? You also try to help the potential prosecutors of the group determine, there's a lot of witnesses, right?
Yes,
You try to rank maybe priority or people who are more relevant than other people.
yes,
Okay, and that's what this report is for, correct?
correct, yes.
And the first person you summarize is Sergeant Moynihan, right?
Yeah, it says,
Sergeant Eric Moynihan.
yes,
Most relevant, overall incident, he's right there in his body-worn camera.
correct.
Jalen Young, most relevance because she was right there, heard the engine roar and accelerate. That's what you indicated.
That was not my report,
That's
but
what was told to you
that's what was told to us.
from her.
Correct.
The prosecutor, and then you were aware that, so you had a written statement from Jalen Young, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And a tape recorded statement.
Correct.
And then you were aware that the prosecutors had a meeting with her in early October, again, right? You weren't there, but I believe your supervisor was there.
I was not there, but I was aware that it had happened, yes.
And you would have acquired that summary and made it part of your case file.
I did not do that. That would have been somebody else.
The other person was Tanala Young. You ranked as very relevant. Who was Tanala Young?
I'm sorry.
Tanyla Young.
I believe she was identified as Takaya Young's sister.
Was she one of the other people involved in the theft? Based on a Crime Stoppers tip and things?
I was not part of the theft investigation.
Oh, it went through
But-
Crime Stoppers.
That was a separate investigation.
And so as a group, I'm going to read off some names and you tell me if someone on your team interviewed these people and had a combination of written or oral statements. So Robert Arnold,
Yes,
Ken Bliss,
yes,
Leah Sharma,
yes,
Liana Coder,
yes,
David Cooper,
yes.
Teresa Diaga Gianni Tony,
That sounds right, yes. But I recall these names. Yes,
Jessica Knox,
yes,
Erica Haig,
yes,
Yakia Hicks,
yes,
Heather Spade / Jablonski that the jury heard from,
yes,
Thomas Jablonski,
yes,
Suzanne Jennings,
yes,
Lorraine Krzyzewski,
yes.
Parfell Naples,
I don't recall that one, but if you're telling me we did, I believe you.
Tyler Long,
Yes,
Sierra Lowe,
yes,
Joshua Morales,
yes,
Bobby Jean Nitz,
yes,
Miriam Oshira,
yes.
Vanessa Radford,
Again, that I don't immediately recall that name.
and I'll go faster, Crystal Reed, Kendall Sam, Amber Stillings, Chris Weaver.
Most of those names are familiar to me as or being spoken to as a potential witness.
You wouldn't disagree with me that there was a total of 27 civilian witnesses who were interviewed had some part in this situation, whether it's in the store, in the area, or out in the parking lot.
That sounds correct, yes.
And because you want a complete picture of this, that's why you talk to as many people as possible, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me when, at your time, maybe not, that Kroger, that's a busy Kroger.
It's super
In that area,
busy.
I'm not familiar with that Kroger, but I mean, based on the video, at least at that time of the day, it was fairly busy.
There's people
Always
going
busy.
and cars crossing, and that's the main entrance, right?
Yes.
Based on what you saw in the.
Correct.
And now, I might use the wrong term. My understanding, did you guys do a Lycra scan over by the car where it came to a final point?
That would be a question for the crime scene unit.
Okay. Do you know if they did one back where the initial car was parked, backed into the spot?
I can't say with certainty that they did.
Thank you. Special Agent Austin might be able to answer that question.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, part of the
Order,
investigation.
folks. Not on the record.
Why?
All the time.
We have a new acronym now for kids. It's, keep it slow, stupid. That's what it's from.
Okay.
If you're aware and if you're not, it's my understanding that they did try to ascertain the identity of the other people involved in the theft ring through facial recognition, right?
That would have been part of the theft investigation, but yes, I believe that that is something they would have done.
Okay, all right. And did you, in your review of the video or anything like that, did you ever see a turn signal that was activated in this young's car?
I believe there, at some point, her turn signal was activated. I can't
She was
say with
going right.
certainty without obviously seeing the video again.
But nowhere in your reports did you ever put that you identified a turn signal?
I don't think so.
You did.
Okay.
Let me clear this up for you. You did not.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I mean, this is very clear that it's agency PCR and facial recognition, so it's no special agent calls, but he's lead agent who just doesn't know.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to mark this for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit Z.
Z as a zebra.
Z is in Z, not being admitted.
Caitlin is the worst whisperer ever. And I'm here for it.
You may.
Especially, this is just why it's confusing. On there, could you take a look at that form? That's part of your case file. Have you had
Yes,
accessory?
I recognize this as another agent who was in my unit at the time.
So in that unit, so it looks like a facial reconsideration request form. So facial recognition was requested of the other people. What
It-
you're testifying to is you're not sure the results.
That's correct.
Okay, but that is something that you guys do and that was done in this case, at least the request was made for that.
That's correct.
Especially, brothers, thank you so much. I appreciate your work.
Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case.
I swear, if we take this break only for him to come back and be like, okay, we're leaving for the day, I am going to write a letter, a strongly worded letter. Stop. Let me finish this sentence. Facial recognition was requested for the other people involved. That was honestly the very first time I've heard Crime Stoppers referred to in this case. Now, I haven't gone through all of like the entire docket either. So when is 15 minutes from now? It's like 35-ish. Okay. I'm looking to see if um so this has been an interesting hour and a half. I'm trying to figure out how I want to say what I want to say. I'm also just top of mind. I'm quite surprised at the amount of people they were able to corral for witness statements. Yeah. But if you watch the video, there are so many people who, oh, I thought you meant, okay, maybe just commented that everyone else is midstream. I thought you commented that like I was behind in the court feed. Okay. All right, cool. If you watch the video, everyone's like either standing there watching this happen or like pretending to do something, watching it happen, or just straight up looking at it and then going into the grocery store to get their eggs and milk. Like, oh, there's a dead lady who was just shot. Guess I should go get my groceries. I have no reason to be concerned. I'm just saying, like, if I saw that, I would be asking. I would be asking questions like, is this safe? Should I go to other Kroger's like a mile down the road? Just yes or no will be fine. Hello, Lefty. Right when I got off the stream at 11, I like muted with you guys and I immediately started hearing all these sirens and someone had a seizure at a stoplight. This is what I was able to get from the scanner. Someone had a seizure, happened by the stoplight, and she rammed her car into an electrical pole, and they had to like shut down the street because the wires are hanging. So hopefully she is okay. If you are watching, you are the best. Whether it be on YouTube or X, I will give you a disclaimer that tomorrow I will do like a very small, tiny amount of streaming to my X rather, and then I'm gonna cut it. We're gonna pull everything and put everything on YouTube. So if you don't have a YouTube, I am giving you a heads up. Go create a YouTube account. It is absolutely free. That will be the way for you to follow this case and all the cases that I have planned. And I do have cases planned. Like another cop from Columbus is going on trial in the beginning of January. So I have that scheduled. hold on. Okay, sorry. Is it 3 o'clock? I remember telling you guys yesterday, like, I have a bewitching hour for allergies. It's like 3 o'clock, and I start coughing. So I usually know. Excuse me. Okay. So we have that. If you could please make sure to like the stream, that would be fantastic. If you could, if you're over on X, if you could retweet it, that would be incredible. If you could share it to whichever media platforms you are using, whether it be Discord, X, Facebook, Insta, whatever, I'm here for it. And I love you so much for doing this. My channel has grown by over 150 people in the last less than a week. What else do I want to say? I will have memberships set up by the end of this week. You can send super chats. Super chats are greatly appreciated. They are going towards the headphone fund. Or if you want to just Venmo or Cash App me, that information is on the ticker that's moving at the bottom of the screen. That way you don't have to go through YouTube. And yeah. So we need as many eyes on this case as possible. And that is why I'm asking you to share, like, follow, subscribe, because this has a bigger impact than just my community. It's going to impact how officers are able to conduct their jobs around the state, potentially nationwide. I guarantee nationwide. And we want to make sure that we're able to live in safe communities, right? Hence my coverage. I decided to go out on a limb and cover this trial, and now I love doing this. So I'm going to keep finding cases that kind of resemble this, and I can use all the help I can get. Maybe suggested using shorts. I need to figure out how to do shorts. Like, that is not something I am well versed in. And what else? That's it for right now. Before this witness, it was pretty chill. I mean, we had other witnesses, but it was nothing like this witness and this defense attorney's cross, which is just like him holding up, asking about a manual, the guy not knowing that there's a manual, and the defense attorney holding up the manual. That hit me some sort of way, and I couldn't help myself but laughing out loud audibly. You mean this manual? Wow. God bless that guy. Thank you for subscribing, Lefty. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you can mention me in your next stream, that would be baller. And if you know some people that would like to do a game night, maybe suggested that. And I briefly looked into it yesterday. I think it would be a fun and engaging idea. All right. I was 30 seconds behind, but now we are all caught up. Wait, now we are. Let me check YouTube. Oh, well, thank you so much, Lefty. I'm just now looking on here. Okay. Fantastic. Going towards the headphones fund. Holy smokes. My mom said that she saw me on the computer yesterday and I was like digging at my ears. And I was like, okay, I wasn't on live yesterday and digging in my ears. She's like, yeah, you need to get that headphone situation worked out. Thanks, Mom. I know. That's why I'm telling people like what my information is and to share and to subscribe and to do all the things. It's been a slow day today. I think just everyone getting back to work after yesterday's holiday. I don't know about you guys, but with my husband's job, he had the day off yesterday, so that was nice. What's wrong with my headphones? They're pushing my ears like to my head and they're sore. These are like super comfortable when you wear them for short periods, but wearing them for 5.5 hours, 0 out of 10 recommend. 0 out of 10. Yeah, this. I agree. Hey, Mom, can Santa come early? No. But any other streamers out there who are interested in this case, let me know. I would love to have conversations about it. I've reached out to a local guy who has a YouTube channel, former CPD Columbus Police, and I think that he might do it, but waiting to hear back. And I have a couple other ideas and people I need to reach out to. It's all starting to come together. I'm starting to get more and more ideas. It's just, oh, White Rabbit is here. Holy smokes. This is like a moment I'll never forget. Very much because of your help. Let's not forget that or minimize that. You, White Rabbit, are legendary. And Angry Liberal thanks you. Get yourself a pair of Hyper X Cloud 3s. They're super comfortable for long periods. All right. The ones that I want are I'm super close to raising money for. I'm only $40 away. I want a pair of Shure headphones that are wired and they go over my ear. As I see White Rabbit with her rabbit ears. And then they get like, okay, here we go.
Witnesses to the actual moment of the shooting itself?
Not all of them, no.
Were some of them inside of the store at the
Yes,
time?
I have
yes,
no idea what that
And
question was.
Were some of them
Came
too
out of
far away
nowhere.
to see the incident?
that's correct.
And did some of them simply not see the moment of the shooting?
Yes.
You were also asked on cross, or it was mentioned that Takaya Young was resisting arrest. But on the video, is Takaya Young ever actually told that she's under arrest, or is she told to get out?
Maybe.
I recall hearing her being told to get out of the car.
Thank you.
And there was there were questions about robbery and felonious assault, but at the time the defendant drew his firearm and put himself at the front of Takaya Young's vehicle, at that time, what crime was under suspicion of being committed?
I can't say.
What was the allegation?
We were told she was being detained as a potential suspect in a theft allegation.
And there are also some questions about felonious assault and the two types of felonious assault. One being when you actually cause serious physical harm to another. Throughout the course of your investigation in this case, was there any indication that the defendant sustained serious physical harm?
I can't speak on that. I couldn't say.
And then the other, did you have any indication that he suffered serious physical harm?
That would depend on your definition of serious physical harm, but
Really?
again, that would not be something I would be involved in determining.
And there was also talk about the other type of felonious assault, which, as the defense attorney said, you wouldn't even have to necessarily hit someone. It involves knowingly attempting to cause physical harm to another.
I'm kind of like
video,
shook
where
up.
is,
Thank you so
defendant's
much, both of
position
you.
in
Thank you,
relation to
Maybe.
Takaya Young's vehicle?
You're
In
incredible.
the video, it appears he's standing in front of her vehicle.
Is he on the front driver's side of the vehicle?
I can't say for certain exactly where he was standing.
And did you note in your report that Takaya Young can be seen turning her steering wheel to the right?
I believe at some point in the video, her turn signal was activated, yes.
W in the chat for Maybe,
And
for
Special
sure.
Agent Douglas, are you a member of the FOP?
I am.
How long have you been a member?
Since I joined the Attorney General's office in 2011.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions?
Special Agent Douglas, you were able to see stuff in the car, watching the video and movements based on slowing it down and frame by frame, correct?
Yes, we have the ability to watch it in slower and not in real time, yes.
And so if you're, had to make that determination of something going on in the car in 1.6 seconds, not going to be able to be done, correct? Would you agree with me, the human reaction?
I can't say. That would depend on an individual's perception.
Absolutely. So let's go now to this. Is a person who's being ordered out of the car free to go? They're being ordered out of the car, and officers that you are being detained, correct?
She was told that she was not free to leave.
Correct. That is detaining, placing someone potentially under arrest, correct? You don't have to say you're under arrest in order for them to comply, correct?
No, you don't.
An officer saying, get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the car is enough that they're not free to go, correct?
It would be my assumption that I would not be, if a police officer told me I get out of the car, I would assume that I am not free to leave.
And let's talk now about this. The felonious assault I asked you about is causing or attempt to cause serious physical harm with a dangerous weapon. Are you with me?
Yes,
Okay. The dangerous weapon being a car, correct?
it can be, yes.
Absolutely. Hypothetically speaking, Special Agent Douglas, you're 2 feet in front of a car, and the car you don't believe it's a stationary car, right? And it's hypothetical, right?
Okay.
And the car hits you. Is that an attempt to cause harm, any type of harm, with a serious, with a deadly weapon?
It could be perceived that way, yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, Special Agent, you can step down.
Enjoy that gym, Lefty.
Leave everything there. Lawyers will be able to get it. Councilman Pro.
So funny. He is going to end court for the day, isn't he? At 2:45. This is ridiculous. Because like it seems like I start to get my momentum with viewership right when he ends it. That's what I'm ticked off about. Like, he's such a baby. maybe if you're referring to me, oh, it'll happen. I have like the victory mindset. I know that this is going to be epic. I just need to figure out which things come first. Like, what do I prioritize my money on first? Um, I said earlier in the stream that, hi, this is Lucy from blah, blah, blah. Would you like a new job? No, ma'am. No, thank you. I'm currently talking about how much I enjoy this. It's the text I just got.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the evening. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. And if you guys can come in at 9:15 tomorrow morning, that'll avoid all the other jurors checking in if there's any. So just be here about 9:15. Go have a good evening. Hopefully it doesn't snow tonight.
All right.
Wow. Yeah, I appreciate you guys saying like keep going, you'll get there because today I really don't allow myself to do this, but I got in my feelings a little bit. I started comparing myself to other people, and that's dumb. I need to not do that because the people I'm comparing myself to have either been doing this for a very long time or uh came from another position where they had good name recognition. So when they announced that they were going to do YouTube, it was wildly successful. And um all of these people, by the way, I 100% love and support. So very interesting that you mentioned this. Maybe because oh wait, no. This is what I was going to show. I need to figure out what I'm going to do when I have surgery on my heart. And that I mentioned this earlier. This is now the second time I've like started to say this and I keep trailing off, which is my fault. I oh my God, what was I going to say? Oh, about raising money. So while I don't want to give the appearance as someone sitting here grifting, looking for donations, at the same time, I recognize that time is money and I very much need to prepare for the financial impact that's going to come with my surgery. We were hoping to get it done before the end of the year. So, because I hit my deductible, it's just not going to happen. So, maybe it's a matter of bringing in like guest streamers, and we have decided before doing the surgery, which I have to get done out of town, that we are going on a vacation. So said vacation is a cruise and my streaming capabilities are like zilch. So and you know what's interesting maybe is that expert knows he knows the short and skinny of what's been going on. But for anyone who doesn't, I was just diagnosed with an extremely bizarre, rare disorder earlier this year. I became extremely sick in around the springtime, and it got to the point by summer where I was in bed 90% of the day. I would say 95% of the day, and I was sleeping 16 to 18 hours a day. It was just not good. That's kind of what got this ball rolling, and I have a good doctor that was able to order the right tests to figure out what was going on. So now I'm just waiting to get the consultation for the surgery done, and then once that's done, we can schedule the surgery on the spot. So it's going to be early 2026, probably March. Probably March. But that will be something that we will have enough time to hopefully prepare for and manage so that my numbers don't fall and I don't do all of this hard work like right now only for it to get kicked down. You know what I'm saying? Ugh, my ears. I guess I really don't need my headphones on since I'm not talking to anyone, right? I'm not playing anything for the rest of the day. There were some other things going on in the world today. That was the other thing I really didn't take into consideration. Like, I believe Turtle Boy had a hearing, and I believe the person that he very much does not like, his old employee, also had a hearing today. So, yeah, it's just moments. I experienced this when I was new at my business. When I was brand new, I was so quick to beat myself up for not having a fully packed day and thousands of dollars in orders each day. And I was like, 2 years later, reflecting on it, like, Lacey, this is like, that was an extremely obnoxious goal to have. But yeah, now I am able to let my business manage itself. Does its own thing. I don't have to babysit it. I don't have to go live every day for it anymore. So great. Oh, well, thank you, White Rabbit. There's just certain things that I still can't do. Any sort of cardiovascular activity, like working out, even for the smallest amount of time, I get extremely sick. That was the biggest indicator. And so I'm living a very lazy lifestyle right now. And it'll be nice to get back to being able to do things. But other than that, I mean, I get I have a great support system, so I don't know what I would have done without my mom, my dad, my husband, my papadories, and I'll even say my asshole cat. I don't know where she is, but I can just sense her beady little eyes staring at me. So yeah. What do we want to review? I know what I want to review. So it has been enjoyable for me to take notes during this, and that's also the best way I learn. I have to write something down if I'm gonna be expected to retain it. My Kate Spade notebook says, "So well composed." Hold on one second. I'm getting a message. Oh, it's Marty. She said, "Hello, Lacey Jane. I had to change my phone. Looks like the trial ended for the day. Sorry to hear about your heart. I have heart issues and it sucks. I also have an asshole cat, but it's a male." Yeah. Coco Shamiao is a Siamese. And on when I was live with the White Rabbit and Expert, what was that, Friday? She attacked me on screen. So everyone got to see that I'm not crazy. Like, she's so mean. She's like, pet me, pet me, pet me. And then just awful. And thank you. Thank you for your support. You being here means so much to me. I've managed to not create, but bring over such a tremendous community from Expert, White Rabbit, Shizzy, other people from X. It's been really great. And I am, for the first time in a very, very, very long time, I am excited to jump in here and to go on camera and to do all the things. It has been fantastic. I really like it, but I get it's not for everyone. And it is a lot of time and effort. So there are certain things that I wouldn't be able to do. Like, if I had kids, I don't think I would be able to manage this. That would be very, very difficult. And kudos to those people who do. Yeah, gotta say that. And this is what I wanted to do. Go over some of the people that were in court today. So I also have dry mouth. So I'm thinking I'm going to go grab a drink before I go over my notes. So hold tight. Yes, I scribble, but give me just one moment. I will be right back. And I don't want to sound like Judge Young, but I'm also sort of in a maze over here. And I don't want to yank any wires out, so I'm trying to understand. Okay, that's fine. I shall return. Give me one moment. Oh, and by one moment, I mean like 2 minutes. Ah. Girl, Coco. Okay. Oh my God. No. Look at what I did. Those are my eyeshadows. That's highly unfortunate. How will I ever survive? It's really not that big of a deal. So by all of my eyeshadows, I mean like 10%. Anyways, let me put on. Do I need to put on the headphones? I don't think I need to put them on. All right. Marty said, yep, that's what mine does. He begs for petting, then bam. He's adopted from a shelter and came with the name Swiper. And I couldn't understand why. That's funny. That's actually really clever. And then maybe said, I have a porch cat who let herself in this morning as I was walking inside. She got one look at my dogs and chose the cold. Wow. It is really cold out there. I feel so bad for the babies that willingly choose to be out there. I had a Bengal for a very long time, and his name was Cat because that was the best name that we could come up with. Yeah. I know you guys are dealing with friggin' Einstein over here. Anyways, he came to us in the middle of a really big snowstorm. I know for a fact he was feral. So Bengal cats, if you haven't experienced them, they are like mega intense. They require a lot of attention. And so I could see someone getting a Bengal and being like, I can't handle you. Off to the wild you go. And for the Bengal to like embrace that lifestyle, which I think is what happened with Cat. And so Cat lived in our garage for 2 weeks before deciding that he trusted us enough to come inside. So he's a good cat. Truck was the cat that let herself inside this morning. Okay, court today. Nick Adkins, he was the very first witness. He was from Westerville Police Department. He works with the EMS crew there for Engine 112. And he treated Officer Grubb at Blendon Township after the incident. Grubb refused treatment, which Adkins really didn't want. But he noted that Connor was definitely in a high stress state, and he had a BP of 133 over 193, which is bonkers. But if at the same time, I'm sure that probably tracks with other people who have been in similar officer-involved shootings. He was reported to have been shaking, sweating, and had flushed skin. I know. Isn't that wild? That blood pressure. He just like straight up refused to go to the hospital. And he had some like cuts on his hands, arms, and legs from the car coming at him and him falling. And then Cassandra Tackett, She is a special investigating agent with BCI, Bureau of Criminal Investigation. She was in charge of collecting the victim's clothes. Andrew McClellan, he did BCI forensics, and he was a gun specialist as well. And they literally just talked about how, like, you know, you can tell what kind of gun we're using by different bullets, and then the imprint that is left on the casing, it's like a fingerprint. Like, yeah, a fingerprint. It's very unique. Then there was Special Agent Douglas. I did not catch his first name, and I thought that he and I guess he was the last witness of the day. And he was on the stand for the longest. He works for an elite group that was created by our incredible, lovely, and beloved Attorney General Dave Yost. And basically, this group only focuses on officer-involved shootings in critical incidents. So there's only a small amount of people in the state that do this, and this team is in charge of the whole state. So if something happens, like tonight, God forbid, in Toledo, and he lives in Columbus, like, he just has to jump in the car and head to Toledo. And it was the most interesting cross-examination we've seen yet. What we don't understand, and by we, just take whatever inference you want from me using this word. What we don't understand is the prosecution's, like, game here. Because it's, I don't know what they're trying to accomplish. It's quite confusing. This Agent Douglas, he basically confirmed that he saw footage of Takaya Young hitting the officer with her car, not complying with demands. He agreed with the fact that cars can be lethal weapons, and that you don't even have to hit an officer with said vehicles in order to be charged. Like, just using your car in an erratic manner where you, like, on high speed chase shows, like, they don't necessarily hit them, but you can still charge them in certain incidents. So he's considered a collector of facts. That was repeated several times. One of the things that he did post shooting is, this was interesting. He requested the curriculum for which Officer Grubb learned how to be a police officer with. And that was from the Delaware Area Career Center. The other thing he did was request and received the body cam footage. He also interviewed other officers who were involved with this scene, who were there, witnesses. He interviewed a lot of witnesses. It was actually shocking how many people they had. And one thing that we found out is that Tanaya Young was with was one of the girls that was with Takaya, and Tanaya is her sister. So that unfortunate. He may have had a better defense if he had gone. What do you mean? I'm also reading comments. Sorry, everyone. Okay. Making sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. So I feel like the defense team, let me make sure I have his name correctly. Mark Collins, sorry, Mark Collins and Caitlin Stevens. I think Caitlin is better when it comes to cross examinations. I think Mark, we are relying on him having more experience in the field and being able to pull from those experiences. I'm not saying he's a horrible orator, that he isn't great with the examinations of the witness. There were some questions that the agent didn't understand, and I was like, well, I understand why he didn't understand the question. So, maybe pointed out a really good point. She thinks that Officer Grubb may have had a better defense if he had gone to the hospital. I couldn't agree more. You are not wrong. I also chalked it up to, sorry guys, just typical man stuff. Like, I'm not going to go to the hospital. I'm just going to be miserable and make sure everyone knows. No, I don't know if he was like that. I don't think so. I don't get that impression from him. Yeah. Yeah, they would have been able to prove how shaken up he was and how scared he was for he and his partner's life. That's absolutely accurate. I agree with that. And it seemed like the defense attorney and Agent Douglas were like buddy buddy. Apparently they've worked together on other cases. I'm assuming that case was Columbus police officer Adam Cox or Coy? Coy. Yep. Who, that's a whole nother story. I don't even want to get into that right now. And when he was talking to this special investigator at one point, he referred to this elite forces manual that they try to conduct their investigations based off of. And this agent he just looked perplexed, like he didn't know there was a manual, which I'm sure he does and has. He just had this look of like, what are you talking about? And right then, like, the defense attorney held up the manual. I couldn't, I don't know. It just hit me some sort of way, you guys. I just bursted out laughing. Like, I thought that was very, very funny. And maybe also said, when you're going through this, you're not trying to figure out your defense strategy. You are very much in the moment, and nobody knows how they're going to react. We went through this earlier. Marty and I were talking about car accidents, and you think that you're going to act one way, and I was literally sitting in my vehicle while it was on fire, and I didn't know what to do. Like, duh, get out of the vehicle. I was in a total state of shock. And I believe I was just staring at the guy in the other car over the flames who was having a heart attack. And I was like, oh no. Meanwhile, some lady had to come and tear me out of my car because I couldn't function. So you just never know. You never know how it's going to go. But apparently the defense is bringing in, hold on. The defense is bringing in a witness tomorrow because of scheduling purposes. So it'll be interesting to see which witness they're bringing in tomorrow. And we still haven't heard from the 2 expert witnesses who are experts at use of force, and one of which I know was used in one of the trials last year against a police officer here locally. And it rubs, I feel like the witness rubs people the wrong way because the witness is not from Ohio, whereas the defense, it would appear as though the defense witnesses on use of force are from Ohio. So it's based on like the same handbook as Connor would have used in the curriculum. So I'm sure we're going to hear more about that. Do you guys have any questions that I can answer? Let me check over on the other site. If you have a question, you should get it in. All right, I am going to end the poll. The poll is tied. The question was, how is the state of Ohio doing in proving their case against Officer Connor Grubb thus far? Options were great and horrible, and it was 50%. So that's concerning. Either way you look at it, that's concerning. And I feel like I should let you guys know this. I did have to make some edits to videos from this trial previously. Hold on one second. He's barking. This is like about time when the doggy Alzheimer's starts. He starts and then I start coughing. It's a whole circus over here. I can't remember where I was going with that other thought because I'm looking at a new question. How long are they scheduled for trial? How long did last year's trial go for the use of force? So last year, that's actually a good question. Jeez. 2024. So wait. Oh, I thought I was on mute. Okay. All right. So he went to trial. Oh my God. If you guys could only see this. Oh, I guess I should share my screen. Okay. He looks the exact same as he does right now, the defense attorney. So, jury will start in 2025. This trial, just so you know, to answer that question, it is expected to go 2 to 3 weeks. So, it technically began a week ago today. I have a really hard time believing that the prosecution has a bunch more witnesses to call up because I don't know who they are. I'll go through the docket tonight and see if I can figure out who was summoned to appear, but yeah, I don't think it'll be too much longer. All right. So, as for Jason's trial, which is supposed to begin in January. So this is what's wild is that no, Meade was originally charged with 2 counts of murder in Goodson's death. One of those charges, which specifically accused the former deputy of purposely causing Goodman's death, was dismissed after special prosecutors filed a motion last May. During the first trial, Meade testified that Goodson waved a gun at him as the two drove past each other. So he pursued Goodson because he feared for his life and the life of others. Meade was working special duty for the U.S. Marshals at that time. And it's not saying how long it lasted. I want to say like 2 weeks, if I remember correctly. But after that motion came out in May, like we thought we thought it was over and they weren't going to try to sorry guys, try to go after him or try to prosecute him again. Well, hello, Rip Dog. I appreciate that you love my channel. That case that happened in 2024, it was a hung jury. So after that and after the special prosecutors filed motions that they were intending on dropping at least one of the charges, we figured that they were done and they weren't going to pursue it any longer. I have a very close family friend who goes to church with he and his family, and they were super relieved only to find out that they're just going to go after him on one charge. I'm not really sure about all of that, I'm going to have to do some more digging. I honestly just found out about it last Wednesday when Anthony, he was in the chat and said that they were going to pursue one of those charges again, and I was shocked. So I'm definitely going to cover that trial. And yeah, if my memory serves me correctly, I watched every single day of that trial, and I want to say it was about 2 weeks. And it wasn't like the defense put up a ton of witnesses either. It was big because the defendant, testified for himself, and as someone who enjoys watching trials, I hope that doesn't sound morbid, but it is what it is. It was fascinating to watch the way he answered questions and his side of the story, and what was being left out during the prosecution side. And that's when I really started to realize, like, I may just feel a certain type of way about things. I may just be the asshole who should have been a defense attorney. So the Grubb case is going to set the atmosphere for the Meade trial. Well, maybe. I think they are two entirely different situations. I don't even think they should be talked about in the same sentence. Same as Adam Coy. I'm not trying to offend anyone in Columbus, on the force, friends of the family, the attorneys, because I know at least one of the attorneys has seen what I'm doing. I'm not trying to say anything foul about that. I just this case to me seemed like open and shut. It was a horrible incident that could not have been avoided in terms of the shooting. As Marty has pointed out several times so eloquently, if she had just complied, is the approach that we have. And that sucks. That sucks because she lost her life, and that's very sad. And she was carrying a child, 6 months pregnant, and the baby died. And I mean, guys, can you even imagine already being in a panic because you've shot someone, getting her out of the car and seeing that belly? And just like the shock and horror, like, oh my God, she was pregnant. I feel bad for everyone. I feel bad for everyone. Yeah, so maybe this is one of those things I would love to dive into more of this. Maybe on a live stream this weekend. Maybe. Especially if we can reach some of our goals. That would be awesome. And let me go ahead and get rid of this. You know, that's interesting to say, because there are certain situations, as wild and out of context as I know this statement can be taken. There are certain situations where I understand where their mind went. I just disagree with their actions. I am so sorry, but none of y'all in my life are important enough for me while pregnant to go steal liquor. No one. No one. It that's what's baffling, especially since she was already in a very sticky situation, having been caught shoplifting previously and been caught shoplifting at this Kroger's. Like, that's just, girl, what? But, you can never walk in someone else's shoes. I try to avoid negative police interaction by all costs. I love the police so much that I don't want anything to do with them. Yeah, people who steal in front of their kids, that is disgusting. And I have to be so careful right now because I'm going through this stupid process with YouTube that they're going through all of my videos and making sure that, like, I don't say anything, like, bad or something. And with that being said, I just have to kind of let you guys be the talkers and me agree on certain things and disagree on certain things. Yeah. So, and that I agree, maybe like it wasn't for food, it was alcohol. It was high end alcohol. So, another idea, thought I'm going to throw out here for you guys. These alcohol bottles had what's equivalent to a security sensor on clothes. So, how was she planning on getting that off if she didn't own the thing to remove that? Which is indicative of a possible repeat offender. I'm not coming on here, I'm not accusing her of that. But considering the technology that was on that bottle so that you couldn't steal it, which I know for a fact you can buy those things like on eBay or through certain other channels. Like, the fact that she had her car backed into a handicap space with no license plate and no tags. She had her purse with a bag inside of her purse for her to use to collect the items and steal from the store. Y'all, this was not her first rodeo. Not even close. And she obviously wasn't very good at it. She had been caught. Lefty, thank you for that. Because I'm really panicking. So I find myself like trying to walk a very tight line and play both sides of the fence. No, I take that part back. I think people know loud and clear how I feel, but I am a very direct and brutally honest person. And I have a flavorful vocabulary, and I'm just really taming it down right now. All right, especially pregnant, and then knowing she was caught and continuing to add to the charges and possibly permanently injure or cause the death of an officer. I this is what this is the kind of stuff that keeps me up at night. Like, how did she think this was going to end up? Do you guys think that he shouldn't have done what he did? Because the prosecution did an excellent job in pointing out that he was the cover officer, not the control officer. So, I mean, I feel like the prosecution could easily be confused as for being the defense thus far. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I have not heard anything that makes me think that they are representing Takaya Young's family. Yeah, it wasn't it wasn't for survival. It was for alcohol. If it were, if it were canned goods, if it were a loaf of bread, and she has 2 other children, and those kids don't have their mom now. And she was doing it with her sister. And her sister has to live every single day with that. Riley. No. Yeah, I haven't, Lefty. Lefty was saying, like, unless I said something like horrible or racist. Lady got on here on Monday and was like, "Oh, Lacey," this is right after lunch if you want to see it. Lacey, I was so glad to find your channel, only to find out that you are a pathetic, racist, woman hating. It was like, really? Really? Because I can be crazy. Y'all have not seen crazy. To call me a racist without having watched anything that I have said or done was interesting, but she's entitled to her opinion. First Amendment, I reserve statements like that for very special pieces of shit, for people that I am confident are actually racist and awful. And I have been nothing but factual to the point. I have been very open to other people's opinions, and I'm not trying to intentionally upset other people at all. It's purple hair, Lefty, and White Rabbit would be able to attest to this. This is from Halloween. I will show you. Hold, please. I will not show you, apparently. Why Judge calls me angry liberal. This was part of my Halloween costume. And, you know, Jesus works in miraculous ways. In my testimony, Jesus told me to buy this wig 5 years ago. Didn't need a wig. Just saw it on Amazon and I was like, you know what? I think I need a purple wig. He had a plan. He had a plan. The wig was put to very good use. The wig is almost like an alter ego now. So yeah. Shit's crazy, guys. I need to let Riley out. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Conversate amongst yourselves. All right. Okay, we're good. What are you talking for? All right, that'll keep them busy. Oops. They're blue hairs, yeah. That's why I didn't feel the need to go on Amazon and buy a blue-haired wig, even though you're absolutely right. The only thing my outfit was missing was, like, the piercing right here. But this was my outfit that I wore. It's a zip-up hazmat suit. I wanted to wear just like a COVID mask, but considering it was a YouTube show, it would have really muffled what I was saying and kind of gone against the point. So I just used the hazmat suit instead. It was only $10. So use this for God only knows what, but at least I can say I have a hazmat suit. The septum ring, yes. I was gonna say something thinking that I had that word right and I didn't, and I'm so glad that I didn't say what I Oh my gosh. We have fun here. This is a special place. I dressed up as perfectly well rested this year. I could use this outfit for painting. I had to work on Halloween. I dressed up as a total loser who can't find a real job and wore my normal uniform. That's obviously not the case. Yeah. my outfit was cheap and perfect because I had that purple wig that I've been holding on to for 5 years and never had the chance to wear. Yeah, I caught that. I picked up on that, Lefty. Before I forget, one last time, if you are watching on X, if you would be an incredibly good human by hitting the like button, sharing, maybe even giving this a comment, just saying, "What's up? Hey, how's it going? Nice coverage of the trial." Something like that. That would be incredible. If you are on YouTube and you are not yet subscribed, what are you doing? It's free. Please subscribe. Also, if you are on YouTube, if you have not yet hit the thumbs up button, please do that. It really helps the algorithm. It is not for my personal ego. It is to help get more eyes on this case. Because as I've said once, I said it 5 times, I'm going to say it 100 times. This doesn't just impact my community. This impacts how your police officers are going to be able to do their jobs. And this has crazy parts to it that you guys haven't even seen yet or heard about. And I'm not going to share anything. I will also say I've had 4 people who have asked to remain anonymous reach out to me, which is wild. Not like that someone wants to reach out to me. It's the fact that there have been death threats waged on so many people. For instance, one of the witnesses to this incident in all of the docket paperwork goes by Jane Doe because she's had so many threats against her life. This is what I'm talking about. I went at Topgolf as well. What am I losing viewers on? Oh, okay. Hold on one second. And I don't just drink Cokes. I drink water as well. For those of you who are watching me cough and you're like, what is she doing? I promise. Yeah, if you want to drop an emoji in the chat, that would be that'd be baller. I already saw that you were dropping eggplant emojis, so whatever. I have done Topgolf leagues, just so you know, and it's a blast. Here you go. Proof enough. Marty says, I live in the hood and fearing for my life and or retribution is for real. This witness has been on more than one occasion threatened. So that's what we're dealing with here. If you don't like bullies, if you think it's wrong that someone should be forced into silence for sharing facts things that they saw happen in person, not secondhand chit chat. Share the chat. Share this link. Tell a friend. This trial is so important. And I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that I'm going to find a whole lot of other trials similar, different in their own ways, but similar in the fact that a police officer is being threatened to lose his freedom and his liberty after spending, 4 years in the Marines, helping us have our own freedoms and our own liberties, deciding to become a police officer after being honorably discharged. And people are afraid to speak on his behalf. If that makes you mad, or just like the thought of take away the cop, it doesn't even need to be him. Anyone who is on trial, who knows the truth about a situation, has been asked to be a witness, but they are being threatened. If that makes you mad, then I really hope you support me in the stream by sharing, by liking, by commenting. If you are able to, if you feel the pull to, I hope you donate so I can continue doing this. Because this is wild. Yeah, what's crazy maybe is that by all intents and purposes, this would be considered small town. His department is, I think, 10 officers. It is not by any means large like mine is. And I have a meeting in the next couple of days where I will be able to ask these types of questions. And if I'm allowed to share my response, I will, on whether he's going to stay in this line of work. If I were him, I'd be scared shitless. I wouldn't want to do this again. Oh, well, yeah. God, my allergies are getting bad. I'm going to need the shutdown. Because I know if I'm annoying myself, I must be annoying you guys. We do have a Kroger's. We have like several Kroger's within, from where I live, there are 3 Kroger's that I could easily access, all within 10 minutes max. So, yeah. But tomorrow court starts at 9, and I will be here at 9. Let's see if it's going to rain or I'm sorry, snow, NWS. I'm checking. I am checking. We are checking. No. That judge doesn't know what he's talking about. Tomorrow is going to be mostly sunny with a high near 52. Uh, as long as the comments keep coming and we keep growing in numbers and not decreasing, which is happening, then I'll continue. I don't want to talk myself in circles. The whole idea that this has gone to trial is ridiculous. I agree. Not even getting into the cost and the waste of resources. All the evidence speaks for itself, speaks enough for this case. I think it's a deflection of the times, or reflection. I can read. Duh. I'm being told I'm not annoying. Yeah. Referring to he may need to find another profession. Hopefully one that's not as absolutely stressful as this. I can't imagine giving essentially your youth to the government by joining the Marines and then leaving the Marines and being like, you know what? I want to continue to serve. I'm going to be a police officer. And then have the government do this to you. Yeah. That's like a kick in the dick. Okay, Lefty. I need to figure out how to do that. So I'm not going to try to do that right this moment. I need to figure out a lot of things. Is there like, I'm going to have to use YouTube to understand YouTube. It's true though. It's true. Okay. Well, I appreciate the comments. Okay, go ahead and walk me through it. Where are we going? Okay, I'm opening my YouTube studio. Yeah, I agree, Marty. Okay. Uh, sorry, guys. See, yeah, I don't know how, yeah. I will make sure that I know how to redirect for the next stream. Because I'm where you said I should be, and I don't see it. Okay. Oh my gosh. This it takes a lot out of you. God, if this trial goes sideways, I'm like really confident it won't. Especially if the jurors solely focus on like handbook material, as in knowing to judge this case based on the rules, on the evidence in front of them. As long as that happens, we're fine. But otherwise, it would be an absolute grave injustice for what, by all intensive purposes, was a horrible incident. Just awful. And yeah, I watch Melanie Little also does some content like this. I will look into the customization stuff for the redirects so that I can do that tomorrow. And either by tomorrow or by Friday, I will have the memberships feature enabled. And I think it's coming along nicely. It's just it's trying to prioritize what's important and what can wait, so that I don't go crazy. And when it comes to doing technical stuff, ask Valhalla how trying to get him to be a mod on my channel went live. It did not go well. So that's why I'm just like, nope, I'll do it later. But anyone that you see in here, make sure to give them a follow if you are on YouTube. And remember that tomorrow I am going to be on X for the first few minutes, but I am not going to, excuse me, I am going to kick that feed shortly into streaming it with the hopes that I bring people over to YouTube. So you have several hours to, that's good to know, Lefty. So you have several hours to create a YouTube account. It's free. And yeah, I hope you guys have a lovely Wednesday evening. And tomorrow I will have someone to redirect you guys to. And let me know if you have any questions. Anything that you would like for me to cover. My channel name is Criminally Confident because I'm too confident that it should be a crime. That was like the cheesiest smile ever. So thanks for watching Criminally Confident. And I will see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. Be there. Bye.